Hi guys, can you hear me? Whoever's here? Just getting set up, sorry. One second. Okay. Hi guys, can you guys hear me? Let's see, let chat. Hi Nancy. Hey Sandy. Can you guys hear the tap when I tap? Hey, hi guys. Sorry I didn't put up a scheduled live on the YouTube channel. I just had a really busy day and it got away from me. So we are here now. That's all that matters. So whoever comes, thank you all for joining. I'm just going to set up my computer over here so I can see your guys' comments. Get situated real quick. How are you guys today? Did you guys have a good day? Hi, Sarah. Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Denise. Hi, Nero. Hi, Ryan. Hi, everybody. Thank you all for coming. Hopefully my internet agrees with me today and doesn't give me any problems. But what's alive without internet issues from me, right? I always have them. So I just have a lot of orders to do tonight. So tonight's just going to be like a work along with me. So I hope you guys have stuff to do. If not, you can watch my process. I literally didn't really get to work on anything today because I didn't have my babysitter and I had just uploaded a video. So if you guys didn't see that, I uploaded a video about an hour or so ago. It was a really long video that I had to edit down, so it took me a really long time to edit that one. It was over a couple days span, so so I didn't get to work on orders today, so we're literally starting from scratch, like from the very first step to the end. So yeah, I just have to see what I can get done tonight. Stephanie, I have the FAF Platinum MN1000. It is a 10 needle. I love it. I love it so much. It's super, super easy. It compares to the Racoma, except they're opposites from each other. So where my 1 needle is, their 10 needle is. So it's just literally completely opposite. How is my voice? Am I good? Is my picture good? Everything good, Sandy? Yeah, thank you, Angela. It's kind of getting a little overwhelming, but I'm trying to stay positive and just kind of, when you get to this point, you just have to do, you know, just one order at a time and just take it that way because it's starting to pile up, but trying not to let it like get to me and not, like, I don't know, just not stress about it, even though some days I do stress about it, but I just have to step back and breathe and just take it one order at a time. Hi, Gabby. Yay. I see a lot of you guys here. Thank you guys for coming. I know I didn't schedule it, like I said. It'll be a good night. We're going to get some orders done. I'm just going to grab something over here really quick. I got to put some lotion on my hands. They're really dry. Sarah, her name is Sandy. My poor boy, I just put him to sleep. I have him on the monitor over there on my iPad. I watch him on the camera, and I turn the volume all the way down because he doesn't fall right to sleep, but he's crying. We're so happy I'm finally able to catch your live, at least for a little bit. Miss catching you live. I know, I'm so sad that you're going through everything you are, Gabby. I wish I could be there to help you. But yeah, don't stay if you have other things to do. I completely understand. I'm just literally going to be working tonight, so you're not going to be missing much. You can always rewatch it too. All right, I'm going to start setting up my station. I have some orders right here that I need to get out. These ones are due tomorrow to get out, so I'm just going to go ahead. So the first thing that I do is, I'm sure you guys, well, if you watch any of my videos, I show how I keep all my orders in line over there on the other side of the shop. I keep them in these vinyl folders, and I just kind of line them up. And sometimes if I'm not crazy busy, then I'll do like all rompers at the same time. I'll do all leggings at the same time, etc., etc. But right now, because I have so many orders and I'm just kind of backed up a little bit. Nothing is late. Nothing is due out until, well, tomorrow. These 4 are due out tomorrow, so I have to get these ones done. But the other ones aren't due until I think the 5th, so I have a couple more days on those. But because I have these to be shipped out tomorrow, so I'm going to be working on those, and it's a mixture of leggings, bummies, and rompers. So I don't really typically like working in this fashion just because it sometimes takes longer. When I'm trying to get them all out, I like to do all the same type of outfit at the same time. It's just quicker that way. But like I said, when I'm getting orders that need to go out, I have to do it this way. So these are the ones that need to go out tomorrow. So that's how I'm doing it. So when I do it this way, I try, hopefully, so I have 2 6 to 9 months that I can do at the same time, and then I have a 0 to 3 and a 3 to 6. So I kind of do them in that way when I do it like this. So it's kind of confusing, but because I've done it like this so much, I know what I'm doing and I don't like confuse it. So yeah, I'm going to probably change the angle of my camera so you guys can see. A little bit of buffering, but it seems to be correcting itself. Okay. Sorry, guys. Just refresh your page if this happens, and I hope that it doesn't disconnect. It's not great. So I'm just trying to get you guys good angles. Give me 1 sec. All right. I think it's when I move my phone, it starts buffering. I don't know. And yes, I am having a cocktail. I don't know if I showed you guys this, but look how cute these little coasters are that I got. They have my Bingham Bliss on it. Amber, I have a or do you do any type of planning, paper planner or digital perhaps, how to keep it all on track? So I do. I have ordered it's the Hoop Mama planner. I use the planner that she makes. She only has use, and it has all the things in there. So the way that I do it is I use the actual month planner. I don't do the day by day, but what I do is I use like this part of the calendar, and I just write like certain things on certain days. Like if obviously all my orders, I always have them prepped, and I put them in their little folders. So that's how I keep my orders organized. But when I need to do inventory, or I want to come out with a new product, or I need to work on samples, or I need to do like certain things like blankets, like if I have like however many orders for blankets, I try to do my blankets all on the same day because like I mentioned in my last live, when we made the blanket, they make a mess because I use the faux fur. So I try to do all my blankets at one time. That way I'm making a mess all at the same time, and then I can clean it at the end of the day. So on my planner, I write down rhythm of how you work. Everyone works differently. And so you just have to figure out your way. It took me a really long time to figure out how I could get myself organized. But honestly, once I found this system, this has helped me tremendously. Like just keeping my orders in line, keeping them in ship by days. And if, like I said, if they are all supposed to be shipped out within 3 to 5 days or 1 to 2 weeks, whatever my shipping is on at that moment, I can do whatever orders I want because they all have to be shipped out at the same time. So like I said, I could do all the rompers at one time. I could do all the leggings one day. So that's how I organize it that way. But because I've gotten I don't even know how or what I did, but just like so many orders that have been rushing in, that it's just all over the place right now. So I'm just doing it by ship out date. So right now I'm actually trying to figure out a different system on how to get organized when things like this happen. So I'm also about to launch my new website. I know I've said this time and time again on each live, but we are getting closer to the final end point of launch day. So I'm trying to prepare for that as well. Because if my Etsy is this busy right now, and the only help I have every now and then is my brother, and he's about to move out in about 2 weeks, so I'm not going to have his help anymore. So I'm kind of freaking out a little bit, but I'll figure it out. Like I said, you just have to stay positive, breathe, and you know, at the end of the day, you're only one person, and your customers have to appreciate what you're doing for them. Like, it's handmade, and I tell them, like, you just have to be honest and upfront with them and tell them how, and you want it to be, you know, made with love. You know, that's what they say, handmade is made with love. Then you're going to have to wait, and you're going to have to be patient. And if things come up, that comes up. Sometimes I run into issues that is not in my control. Like just last week with the snowstorms, I was waiting on a huge fabric order and I didn't get it in time because of the snowstorm. That's not my fault. So luckily I didn't have any orders that had to get somewhere at a certain time. So all I did was message them and say, look, you ordered this product and I was waiting on the shipment. It got stuck in the snowstorm, so I'm so sorry about that. Something that's out of my control, but I will keep you updated and I'll message you as soon as the box arrives. And every single person that I messaged that to was totally fine with it. They understood. They were really nice about it. So as long as you are upfront with them and you take on that task like right away when you find that stuff out, you're good. So like a long tangent on that. Help you from where I am. If you guys have, love what Sarah just did, how she highlighted my name, because I can see that really fast and quick if you have a question. Sorry, I'm leaning down like this. I'm on my phone and it's real small. But yeah, if you have a question, just highlight my name so I can see your question. It makes it so much easier for me. Let me get back with you, Sarah. I'll think about that. But maybe there's something, I'm not sure yet, but I'm going to start, I need to like work my brain a little bit and figure out like how to situate my life a little. Yeah. I'm ordering the plum paper planner, but currently I have an hourly that's not working. I used to use Erin Condren. I've used Erin Condren too, and I love her planners for like my daily regular life. I'm going to move this up since we're chatting real quick. But not for my business. So I like the planner I use for my business. But I don't use digital. I've tried it. I am just obviously I'm a crafter, I'm hands-on. And so I have to write it down. I have to see it. It has to be in front of me. I have to like physically do it myself. If I'm doing it and it's on a computer or, you know, just on my phone and my planner, it's not going to do anything for me. So Erin Condren is good for my daily life. So I have two separate things. I do my daily life and then I do my work life. So it's completely different. You write books? That's so cool. Hi, Sandy. Wish I wasn't all the way across town. I come cut fabric when your brother leaves. Oh, Bonnie, that would be amazing. Honestly, the one person, when you have a cutter that you can trust and that you know, like I literally like trained my brother forever. Like he didn't start off cutting, like he tried to and he couldn't do it, so he stopped. And then like literally like months in, I was like, Shane, you have to, that's his name is Shane, I'm like, you have to learn, I need you to cut. I'm like, I can't do it anymore, I can't do everything, I need you to cut. So because like he would do like the, like he would cut out, like pre-cut my like my stabilizers and like do put the stabilizer on my rompers, just the easy stuff like that he would do. Or he would like print out my orders and put them in the pockets for me, or pull out the fabric prints that I need to cut, like stuff like that he would do. But I'm like, no, I need you to cut. So the first person that I'm going to hire when I need to hire someone is going to be a cutter. But it scares me because it took me so long to train him on it. And like, I'm not going to just buy, I mean, I guess they could use my old fabric to practice on, but it just like, again, that takes time away from what needs to be done. So I want to hire somebody who is experienced in cutting, or somebody who's going to school for like fashion design or something like that. So yeah, it's going to be a long process, but you just got to trust it. Joanna, do I use my overlock a lot? This one or the other one? The other one's a cover stitch. This is the overlock. My serger. I use my serger every day, all day. My cover stitch I use mostly for summer, like for my summer dresses, for my summer shorts. Anything that has a hem, I use that on. Though I wish I did write books. I mean, I write such long comments. It's literally so much. I talk a lot. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, but that's also why I like her planners. She has digital planners too. You can get the digital one. She just doesn't have the physical one anymore. But on the days, like I just turned to this right here, but like this is the front of it, so you can have like goals and you can write down like what you want to do for the month on it. So there's that. And then at the end of every month, she has like a huge like notes section that I use all the time. So at the when I go to a new month, I always flip to the back notes and I write down like everything that I need to be completed like within that month. And then throughout the month, she has like different like focus points. This is in May, so I haven't filled it out yet. But she has like focus points. She has final push points. Like just different. So, and then another good thing about her planner is she always puts like social engagement, like post ideas, because a lot of times when you're posting, it's like, what do I need to put today? Or what should I post? I don't know. I'm like, you literally like can't think of what to post. So sometimes I'll look in here and be like, okay, I'll just put something about that. Like one, I think like in a couple weeks, it's like Boy Mom Day. So post something about like being a boy, a mom to a boy, or any like boy fabrics or clothing that you've made, anything boy related. So that's just like a, she gives you good ideas. Um, she gives you product show offs, which are really nice because sometimes you're like, oh, wait, what should I be making right now? Thinking the seasons ahead. And so I used to be really bad at planning for like my seasons ahead. And sometimes I would be like really late on it to where I wouldn't even get like my samples out and I wouldn't be able to sell for like, say, Christmas until the next Christmas. I would keep them on my site for next year, but then that whole year passes and you like totally missed it. So I like to pre-plan for all of that now. So it's just the things that you learn like as you work with your business. Have I missed anything? I keep talking. I think I'm good. The cover stitch. Yeah, Joanna, the cover stitch I only use for like my skirts and my boy shorts that I'll be showing you guys shortly when it starts to become like spring, summertime. Any of my skirts. I have a couple new items too that I'm going to be using that with, so I'll be able to show that a little bit. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I always so I turn my heat press on because these are not prepped. So because these ones aren't prepped yet, and what I mean by prepped is they don't have the stabilizer on the shoulder pieces. So the first thing I always do is put my stabilizer on here. That way I don't have to worry about it when I'm sewing it. So because those aren't on yet, I'm going to go ahead and sew the cuffs, and I always sew, I think I just said this in my last video, but these are the liner pieces of the body. So I have 2 liner pieces, and I always serge the raw edge. And with this kind of material, it's not going to fray, so you don't have to, but because I'm a perfectionist, I just like it to look nice. So I'm going to go ahead and serge the edges of all those. I've just done that from the very beginning. It's just, I don't know, it's an extra step, but I like doing it. I like the end result. So it's just little things like that that you think of on your own for your own business and what you want to do. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Like I said, it's not going to fray, so you don't have to do that step. I just like to, so that's just me. Okay, so 2 rompers, actually 3 rompers. 1. Okay, so here's another thing that I just realized. My brother cuts out my fabrics for me now because, like I said, I trained him how to do that. But every now and then I'll find a mistake. So I just noticed that this romper is supposed to be a pair of leggings. So he cut out a romper instead of leggings. And I always tell him, like, you have to pay attention. Like, I'm going to cover this up, but you can see on my listing it says raccoon romper, and you can see the picture of the romper. This one says raccoon leggings, and you can see the picture of the leggings. It does not look like a romper, right? Well, sometimes he gets to working too fast and he has the fabric out already and he already has the pattern out, so he just decides to cut away. Well, now I have a 0 to 3 month romper that's cut out that I don't have an order for unless I have not printed it out from today. I usually wait a couple days when my orders come in. So like yesterday's orders and today's orders, I haven't printed out yet. So if I have a 0 to 3 month in there, then I'll get lucky and I can transfer this over to that order. But now this one is due out tomorrow, so I have to cut that out now. So long tangent, but yeah, this one's going to be having to put to the side. Happens every now and then, and I mean, mistakes happen. I'm not upset about it. It happens, but we try not to make that happen. So I'm going to have to put this over here now. Okay, so I get a little flustered when that happens, though. All right. I didn't see anything. Hi, Shayna. Hi, Paulette. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Patty. I know it is a waste and extra work for you, but maybe you will get a romper order for that same print soon. Actually, I'm not worried about it because that raccoon romper has been one of my top sellers since the very beginning of my business. This was my very first favorite print. I don't know, I just think it's super cute, little raccoon heads. It's just gender neutral. It sells really well, so I'm not worried about it. I know it'll sell. The only thing is 0 to 3 months aren't my popular sizing. So I'm a little worried that it's going to take a little while to sell because I don't sell 0 to 3 a lot. But that's okay. Like I said, people make mistakes. I make mistakes still. Like, it's okay. He always feels so bad, though, when he does. Like, sometimes if it's a directional print, he doesn't do it the right way or the stretch the right way or something. He feels so bad. because obviously it's expensive fabric, so he doesn't want to ruin it, but and there's nothing that we can really do at that point. But I just have to tell him, like, it's okay. Like, am expecting people to make a mistake. It's not going to be perfect. Like, that's how you learn. Like, I made mistakes all the time when I first started. Oh, Cordelia. I hope I said that right, but I just had a lovey blanket with the name Cordelia. And it's such a pretty name. Yeah, true, Amber. He does. It's literally like I can see him like he panics. He's like, "Oh my God." And I know exactly when he does that. I'm like, "What did you do?" Like I try to like joke about it. And he's like, he'll show it to me and I'm like, "Oh," I'm like, "It's okay. Don't worry about it." Like just put it to the side. So usually when that happens, we'll put it to the side. That's why you guys always see a pile of fabric on my table right here, and it's either this is mess up fabric, not mess up, just like he just cut the wrong size, and so I put it over there, and then that's the stuff that I'll make and send to the shop that I'm in locally, and so I already have like pre-cut stuff basically, so it's going to get used either way. Okay, so how I do it is I just put it over here, and I made these just simple out of my cardstock. I put the sizes on them, and then I don't know where the 0 to 3 month is right now, but I know that's a 0 to 3 because it's right here on here. I can just like verify it. But when they're in a pile, if I don't have one of these already made up, then or it's being used, then I'll just do a little sticky note on it and I'll put it on there. It just says 0 to 3 months, and then obviously I make them every day so I know, and it's sitting right here. So when we get an order in, and I remember like I think I have one that already cut out, first I'll come check over here. And these under here, I don't know if you can see this. Those bins right here, I keep a lot of like pre-cut fabric in. So these are pre-cut for the shop that I'm in. So as we're cutting out orders, I'll cut out a random one and put it in these envelopes in here, and they have the sizes on them. So they're already pre-sized. So this, I'm not going to pull them all out, but the envelopes on the outside of them say like 0 to 3 month romper or 3 to 6 month romper and so on. So when I need one, I can just go over here and just grab it. Cool, it does embroidery. Yes, it's beautiful. I think I have it. I think I used it for my listing photo because I loved it so much. Because when I used the font that I think I used the Sarah Stitchtopia or Stitchtopia Sarah font, and the way that the C was, it was just like so pretty the way the C was. So yeah, I think it's on my site. Shop has one long full of windows and it's getting scary out there. Oh my gosh, Nero, I'm so sorry. Do you sell more on Etsy or your website? Well, right now I'm selling a lot more on Etsy because I have actually like stopped promoting my website. It's actually like not completely shut down, but I'm redoing it. So it's being relaunched. So while it's been in the process of like a facelift, I guess, I haven't really done anything with it. So we've kind of stopped all sales and everything from there because we're trying to fix the bugs and all that stuff, like all the technical stuff that they do. So I've literally just switched over to Etsy for the last probably 2 to 3 months. Well, actually since like November. Yeah, the end of November. I switched completely over to Etsy. I've always used Etsy, but right now I'm just solely using Etsy. What's an AccuQuilt? Maybe that's a dumb question, but I've never heard of that. Okay, Nero, be safe. What are you at? Oh, okay. Yeah, Paulette, if you just do at Bingham Bliss, I think it's all one word. It'll highlight my name. You had it, the only one person highlighted. You'll see it. Yeah. It's a die cutter for fabrics. Oh, I've never heard of it. I have a die cutter for paper. I used to be into paper crafting. That's what all of this stuff over here is. If you see all that, I don't know, you guys probably see it all the time, but this whole thing right here is all paper craft stuff. I just haven't moved it yet, but yeah, I used to be into card making. Okay, I'm gonna start doing this. If you guys, I'm gonna start sewing, but if you guys have questions, wait till I get back to the computer to ask, because I'm not gonna see them for a minute while I sew this, but when I move back over to the station, to the heat press, I'll answer some more questions and chit chat with you guys. And then I'm going to have to move over to the cutting table because I have to cut that one out. And will you do a tutorial on a nursing pad? Paulette, yes, I will. Yeah, I haven't done like a full-on tutorial on that. So actually back to the whole planner thing, I'm going to start doing like not tutorial stuff. Sometimes I will, but more like a video on specific things, if that makes sense. So like, here's a video on my nursing pads from start to finish. Here's a video like I did with my romper. My very first video that I uploaded was on a romper and it was like from start to finish. So something like that. If you guys want that, let me know. I mean, there's only so many videos like that I can do because I don't do like a ton of different products. Like I know like some people do tutorials like all the time because they do so many different things and they're just like crafters. But I just make clothing and it's only like romper, leggings, bummies. I do hair bows. I do applique shirts, like birthday shirts. I do blankets, loveys. I do teethers and baby stuff like that. But I don't do like a bunch of stuff. So there's only so many I can do. That's why I do a lot of like the work, like vlogs, work with me sort of things, because it's just like easier for me to do. And so the reason how I can do it the way that I'm doing it right now without having to take this off and put it like with its other pieces is because they're different prints. They're different sizes. So if they were the same print and they were the different sizes, I would have to do them separately. But because I have a raccoon print, I have a planet print, and then I have the mustard leaves print, I can do them all at the same time because I know which pieces go to what, because they're different prints. They're not the same. So right now I'm working on the cuffs. I sew all the cuffs and all the liners to the rompers at the same time. I don't flip all the cuffs out. Oh, and I do when I'm doing bummies, I do the waistband just like the cuffs. So those get done at the same time. And I was saying I don't flip all the cuffs and waistbands out quite yet because I do that at the end when I'm doing a whole bunch. If I'm just doing like one or two at a time, then I'll flip them like right away. But most of the time I just do it at the end. Sometimes I just do random stuff though when I'm working. I kind of just do whatever I feel like doing at that moment. But I do always check. Like I said, my brother cuts my fabric, so I check to make sure there's nothing on them and there's no like spots or anything. And then I always make sure he did the stretch the right way, because it's not that much of a difference, but it is more of a rectangle than it is a square. So the rectangle, the length is supposed to be longer and it goes with the stretch. So if you guys in my videos ever see me doing this, I'm just checking the stretch and making sure it's going the right way. Because if it's the wrong way and I make the complete outfit, it won't go over the child's ankle. And that would be a problem. I also do it on all of my pieces. I just make sure the stretch is going the right way before I sew it all. especially on the non-directional prints, because you can get confused very easily if you're just like hurrying and trying to like get stuff cut out and you don't pay attention to, like, this one is very confusing sometimes. My brother had a hard time with this one at first because the print goes any way you want. So you always have to make sure you're paying attention to that. So he always asks me, with this print, I don't have to pay attention to the way it goes, right? And I always say, right, but you need to make sure the stretch is going the right way. And he always repeats me because I say the same thing every time. Like, just make sure the stretch is the right way. And he'll mimic me. Okay, so like I did all my liners now. And when I get to this part, I always know which one is the back piece and the front piece because of the armpits. So that was the back piece. The shorter one is the front piece. And so I lay my back pieces to the side because my next step is then I put the front pieces back to their body. The next step after that is sewing on the labels. So like my logo tag and the size label is the next step for the rompers anyway. The leggings are different and the bummies are different, but this is just for rompers. But it's just like a system that I've come up with, and once you come up with a system that works, stick with it. So like, and I always know that the first one that I pull off is the back because that's just the way I sew it. The way that they're laid down in front of me right now is the front piece, the back piece, liners, and then the front body piece, and then the back body piece. So see how they're laid right here? This one's bigger and that one's shorter. So that's the back and that's the front. And then we lay the back liner down and then the front liner down, and then the cuffs on top of that. And that's how we roll them up and put them in here. So when I unroll them, that's how they're laid out. So every time, no matter what, when I'm doing them in order like this, it's always the same way that they go. So I always know the first one I cut off is the back piece, and then the second one is always the front piece that I put back down here. Hopefully that didn't really confuse all of you. But my point of all that was come up with a routine that works for you and stick with it. If you keep moving all around and doing different things and trying to like do different stuff, you're going to confuse yourself more. Just stick with one thing and do it. Like, just do it that way. All right, I'm going to move over here for a second. I see my name highlighted. I'll look in 1 second. It says, I do sequins, shorts, and I used double needle on my sewing machine, but my needle breaks a lot, so I'm planning to get a brother. I don't know all the brands of the sewing machines, so I don't know what machine that is, but I've also never sewn with sequins before. I try not to do all those like different kind of materials. I tend to only sew with the one kind that I do sew with. So I'm not familiar with even how to sew with sequins. I do know that double needles are very tricky unless you like are really good with sewing with them. It took me a while. I got it in the end, but then I ended up getting a serger, so I don't even use, and a cover stitch. So the cover stitch takes over for the double needle. If you have a cover stitch, you don't need to use a double needle because you get those double lines with a cover stitch. So I completely like never, ever, ever, ever use my double needles anymore. Where did you say you get the size labels? I get my size labels from Etsy, and I just reordered more, and she ships so fast. Her name is Mountain Street Arts, and Sandy, you've linked it 1,000 times, but if you could link it again for her, that would be great. It's on my description too. So I have like a default description, and all my all my links are in there. So if you guys look at any of my latest videos or lives, my descriptions and my links are all the same in all of them. I don't go through and change them out every time because I use the same products for everything that I do. So if you go into my latest video that I just uploaded before this live, you'll see it in there. And if the link doesn't work, just type out her name in Etsy. It's just Mountain Street Arts. And then those are the tags that I use. and I love them. They're soft and they're organic. I don't know if that matters to any of you, but I like to stick with all the stuff the same for me. So I don't remember what size this was because I'm talking. 3 to 6, and 6 to 9. So the reason why, if you're wondering why I do this step next, is because the next step after this is actually sewing the body pieces together. And I could go in at the end and put the tags in. Sure, you can do that. But it's just so much easier to just do it now and get it out of the way. That way, when your body pieces are already sewn together, you don't have to redo it and like take out the liner or flip out the liner and try to put the tags in. It's just way, way easier doing it this way because they lay flat and it's just easy. And I have a all black tag that I use for my boy prints or my gender neutral prints. And then I have my regular logo print tag that I use for girls, because my regular logo print, if you look down in the bottom of the corner of the screen, my logo is on there and it's got flowers and it's pink and it's girly. So boys probably don't want that on their clothing. So I had the lady redo my same exact logo, but just without the flowers. She took out the flowers, and then she just made it all like, it's like a dark gray, I would say. So it looks blackish, but it's not black. And that's for my boy prints. Or gender neutral. If I don't know if it's a gender neutral print and they order and I don't know if it's for a boy or girl, then I'll use the gender neutral one. Just be safe. Okay, so that's done. And I come back here. And now I can actually, I'm going to go, this one, he prepped that one. I'm going to take these because these ones aren't done. Normally these are done too, but apparently he had a random off day and didn't get some stuff done. So I'm going to turn you guys around over here. And so this right here, I don't know why that's on here. I'm just going to, this is how I put my little, I pre-cut them. So they're already pre-cut and I put them in here and I just cut them like 1.5 by 1.5 inch squares. Hey, Alicia, I think that's you. Let's see. Yeah, hi. Hi, Kayla. Sarah, PJ Mommy's name is Sandy. Okay, so I pre-cut these and then I just know these are the no-show poly mesh stabilizer that you can use for your applique projects. And I'm going to move this up because it's really awkward that you're just like staring at my body. There we go. So you can tell what side has like the shiny residue, like for the glue. And then I just place them on here. And this just gives it stability. So like when the parent is taking on and off the romper for the baby, and you don't want to put that wear and tear on it, because I used to not put this on, and every time I would take it on and off my son, one time it just ripped. And so that was when I had to think twice about it and go ahead and figure out a solution to that. So I figured this out. And it just helps. I used to use the Pellin, like paper fuse tape, but now I just use this because I already have this stabilizer from my applique project. So I just use that. And you can tell what side is the shiny side. If you just shine it up at your light, you can see the the glue on the bottom or the back. And there's really no time. I just press it however long I want. Sometimes like 8 seconds usually is the magic number. My husband's over here dipping into our Girl Scout cookies. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I know I'm moving all around, but while I'm up here, I'm going to cut out that. This is how I do it during the day. So I'm just taking you guys along with me like I would be normally working. Because those leggings need to be done for tomorrow, I'm going to grab the print and I'm going to cut them out, because once I sit down, I want to sit down and sew them all at the same time. I don't want to keep going back and forth. So I'm going to grab that order and I'm going to get to work. So first I'm going to check over here at this stash and see if we have already one cut out. I'll move you guys this way, that way you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to go look over here. 0 to 3 month raccoon legging. So I don't know who asked that question before, but like, how do I know if I have one already? Well, now I'm going to come over here and look to see if we have one. But see how these are named? Like I have them on, you can't see from that far away, but I have them written on here. 0 to 3 month leggings, 0 to 3 month rompers, and so on and so forth. So those ones I don't have any. So now I'm going to look in here. These are 3 to 6. I might get lucky, you guys. Nope, that's a romper. We need leggings. 9 to 12. Let's see, what is this? 2 to 3. Newborn. 0 to 3. No, you guys, see, every time this happens, when I need it, it's not there. So now I just have to grab it and find it and cut it. All right. All right. So I got my fabric right here. I'm going to go grab I'll bring you guys with me. You guys are along for the ride tonight, okay? I'm going to turn this around. So just don't mind the mess. I have a huge mess over here. These are all the boxes that I have from stuff. So this is how I keep my patterns. It's really janky or whatever you want to call it, but this is how I do it and it works for me. I use baby hangers with clips so that they don't get ruined, and these are how I hang my patterns. So I need this one right here. I just pull it off. See, this is how I hang my other ones. These are my rompers, and then all my other pre-done ones are over there. And these are all my orders. Whoop. Okay. So I'm going to put you guys down a little bit. Okay. So I have my 2 leg pieces, and now I need a cuff. So I keep my cuffs over here. And I use the same cuff for my rompers and my leggings, and I keep them all on here. All the different sizes are right here. And I need a 0 to 3 month. So I just pull out the 0 to 3 month, which is right here. Throw that over there. And my brother is the one who cuts, so all of this is his extra stuff that he was working with. And so I'm just going to go through. I know that I can use this piece, but I'm going to see if I can use this one for anything first so I don't waste any fabric, because I hate wasting fabric. So I'm pretty sure I can get both of those pieces out of this. So the good thing about my romper piece, or my romper and legging cuffs, is you can, if you only have, say I only had like this piece of fabric and it wasn't enough to do it on the fold and cut 2 out at the time, you can cut 1 out and then cut 1 out, if that makes sense. So it doesn't have to be cut on the fold. You just have to make sure the stretch is the right way. But I think I can get folded over and get both of them. Yep, I can. So I'm getting lucky so far. And if any, I had a lot of questions on my rotary cutter. I don't know if you guys can see. Hold on, let me move over here. This is the one that I use. Can you guys see that? How do I do that? It's Quilters Select. Can you guys see that? Quilters Select. Quilterselect.com. It literally says it right on there. But it is so good for your hands. If you get cramps or have arthritis, this is such a good rotary blade cutter. I don't use any other one. Okay. Don't think. No. Okay, so I only have this little bit left, so I can do cuffs with that. So I have a bin that I put extra pieces down in here, and I keep it in my little cubby, and I just label it boy scraps for clothing, and then I know to look in there if I need pieces. So all these are for like cuffs and stuff, just like smaller pieces, or like the liners for the rompers or stuff like that. A lot of people asked about this too. You guys can get this on Amazon. I have it linked in my description. It's just a fabric weight. It's 4 pounds and I love it. It literally just saves from, where did my cutter go? It saves from the fabric moving around. You don't have to have it. You can use anything you want. It's just nice to have. And not very expensive either, I don't think. Very sharp, so be very careful with these things. So I'm not going to get lucky on that piece, barely. So what I do is I leave that on there and I just continue over, and I can use that piece for something else. Which one did I just do? I just messed myself up. These ones are so small because they're 0 to 3. And the newborn ones are even smaller and they're so cute, but they're so tiny. And when you get to like sewing the cuffs, it's hard because they're so little. You have to like really like maneuver it around. Okay. So I'll put that away later. All right, so the other thing that I need is my elastic waistband. So what I did was on this big piece of paper up here, I don't know if you can see that, but that white piece of paper, I have all the measurements that I made, and I put them up there so that I can just refer to that when I'm cutting out my elastic waistband. And we're doing 0 to 3 months, so I cut that at a 14-inch, and then I keep all my waistbands on here. And then I just use one of my little clips to keep it together. And then I have these under the cabinet, like drawer things that I keep my elastic waistbands in. So they're off the table, out of the way. All right, so now we can go back over to the table, and so I'm gonna bring you back over here again, you guys. Sorry. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm just gonna sew this elastic real quick. I can't talk tonight apparently. So I'm just doing a zigzag stitch for my waistband. And then I'm going to look at the computer and answer some questions if you guys have any after I get back to the computer. So I just go down and then back up twice along each edge, and I'll show you what I mean. I'm sure most of you guys already know, but for some of you guys who are just starting out, it would be nice, you know, to have things explained. I was there once too, and honestly, the reason why I'm doing this YouTube channel is because I didn't have help from anybody, and the one person who I actually like had the nerve to reach out to was not nice. So I just stopped asking for help, and yeah, my computer shut down because I wasn't using it apparently. It's on. It's gonna play these games with me again, huh? All right, let's see. Any questions, guys? It is the clear vinyl on the bottom of the list and description. Oh, thank you, Sarah, for answering question. The clear vinyl so the stuff that I make my my patterns out of is called Marina vinyl. It is listed in my description, and if you can't find it, it's on Amazon, and you can link. It's literally called Marina vinyl. Is my brother still leaving? Yes. He actually just told us that he's probably leaving in like 2 weeks. So I'm very upset. How many yards of fabric do I normally purchase? So lately I've been purchasing more because I've been getting busier. But before now, I was purchasing like 10 yards at a time. So with spoon flower, if you purchase so many yards, you get certain discounts. So like if you purchase over 10 yards, you get like a little discount. If you purchase over 50 yards, you get more discount. If you purchase 100 yards and so on, it goes like that. So, but I buy so many different patterns, and each one of those, you know, you have to order yardage. So I get a pretty good discount from them because I order so much and so often. I don't really know. They don't give you coupons like like different stores do. You don't get like discount codes and stuff like that. So it's a little bit different, but yeah, it ends up working out. I mean, like I said, you get for what you pay for. You get what you pay for. My prices are higher. I don't have complaints on that. So it's just the traffic that you bring in for your whatever you want your look of your business to be. So mine is organic and mine is higher prices. So those are the people that I attract. And so I don't really get a lot of people who dislike that, because if they don't like the prices, they're just going to go somewhere else and find different pricing. So that's fine. Like, I don't know how else to explain that. You just have to kind of do what you want to do with your business. I use Spoonflower. So I use you can search on Spoonflower. They have all different kinds of fabric. But from there, I use their Minky for my blankets. That's the only blanket material I use. I have one blanket that has an exception because it's still a top seller from the very beginning. I get it at Hobby Lobby, but I do order it now from a local girl. And she's an Etsy business owner, and so I just try to support her. So it is my mustard flower one. It's 100% cotton, so it's the only cotton blanket I use. Other than that, I order the Minky from Spoonflower, and then all of my blankets are backed with faux fur from fabric.com. I use the Shannon Luxe, Cuddle Luxe, I think it's called. I'm so bad. I literally just, when I order it, I know that I like it, so I just search my history, and then I just rebuy what I've ordered before. So I think it's called the Shannon Luxe Cuddle, or the Shannon Cuddle Luxe. Some combination of those wordings. And then I buy for my clothing, it's the organic cotton knit. That's the only, now for the last probably, I'd say 6 to 8 months, I've solely done my clothing with the organic cotton knit, with the exception of some of my other materials that I'm just like kind of getting rid of that are still listed on my Etsy site. But on my website, none of that will be on there. It'll only be this organic knit. And then on my website, I do have, like, it's called Sweet Pea Gauze. It's kind of like a double gauze, but I get it on Spoonflower. I like to get the same prints in different materials. So if somebody likes my raccoon print, they can order it in a matching blanket, or they can order it in a matching swaddle. So that's why I like Spoonflower, because you can order whatever material you like. I know it's more expensive, but that's what I like. The AccuCut can be what your brother is to your shop. Oh, I'll have to look into that, Nicole. Can you email me that? My email is binghambliss@yahoo.com. If you have a link or anything, I guess I could just Google it, but if you have a link for it, that would help. It would also remind me to look it up too if I get an email. Custom dyes made for her patterns. I've actually looked into that, but honestly, like, I don't know like who to go to for that or what to do. I've honestly thought about making like wooden or acrylic ones, because I use them literally every day, like so many times. And that's why I bought that huge roll of the vinyl, because I've had to remake some of my patterns, because like when my brother first started cutting, he would cut like a chunk of the fabric, or not the fabric, but the pattern, and so I'd have to remake it, because if you make one wrong, if he cut like you know, this corner off of the pattern right here, and then you go to cut another one out and you don't remember that you cut that end off, then your pattern's going to be off. And so I've had to remake them so many different times. So can you order any print on any fabric in Spoonflower? Yes. So say this raccoon fabric. So this is organic cotton knit. But say you had a customer look at your site and say, I really like that organic cotton knit raccoon print, but I want a blanket. Can you make it in a blanket with that print? And you can say, yes, I can. You can do it in the Minky, you can do it in the Sweet Pea Gauze, whatever Spoonflower offers, you can have. It's a print on demand company. So if I order that print, I can choose what I want them to print it on, if that makes sense. So my raccoon, I don't have my raccoon in a blanket, but I am going to offer all of my prints that I have in a blanket, in clothing, in pretty much everything that I offer. There, you can be able to buy any print in whatever. Your wood rings, I believe, are also listed in the description. Are they from Etsy? My wood rings, yes, for my loveys, I get those on Etsy. And her shop is Princess Bead Supply. Sorry, I had to think about that. Yeah, I think it's Princess Bead Supply. I get all of my silicone beads and my wood rings from her. Also, my wood spacers and like my smaller wood beads that I put like in my teethers. And then my hexagon ones. I've pretty much switched to her and solely her on all of my teething supplies, including my rings. I get 2 different sizes. In case you missed it, Alan asked, any tips on making leggings? I'm hosting a sewing class for friends and they will be making leggings. Leggings are so super easy. It depends on how you're making them, for one, because now I make them with my waistband already sewn in a circle, and I serge my waistband on the legging. But if you're doing a casing, that's a totally different like way to do them. So let me know which way you're doing them, and I can kind of explain like how to do them that for whatever way you're doing them. What's the best fabric for leggings, kids and adults? So I only use the organic cotton knit. So that's the material that I use for all of my clothing. I use it for my bummies, my rompers, my leggings. I use it for my headbands. I use it for everything clothing wise. And now every now and then, like for Valentine's Day, I'll show you an example. If you're new here and you didn't see me making, sorry, I'm reaching across the table. If you didn't see me making this headband in my tutorial, my headband tutorial, this fabric I got on Amazon. So, but I will put that in my description that this is not organic. So every now and then, if I just see a really cute print that I'm just going to sell really fast for a holiday print or something like that, like I do always get a holiday print in my organic fabric. But like I just wanted to do quick headband. I didn't want to buy a bunch of organic print for a headband. So I got a bunch of this fabric and I just made headbands out of it. I thought it was super cute. This is the Liverpool bullet fabric and it's super stretchy, which is really good for headbands. It was really cheap, but it was really good for just like a quick Valentine's Day headband. So I always do a random like print like that every now and then, but in all caps I do put not organic, because if they think it's going to be organic because all my other stuff is, I need to clarify that it's not. If you have to order fabric that you don't have, what is your turnaround time frame? So like today I ordered a ton of fabric from Spoonflower, and it says on there when it's going to ship by. So it said printing and processing on or before March 5th. And so I was thinking, okay, well, today's March 1st, so March 5th isn't that far away. That's actually a really good time for Spoonflower, but that just means that's when they're going to print it. So when they ship it after that, I should expect it in probably 2 weeks. So I always think 2 weeks out. Now, for my carrot fabric, I didn't know if that was going to do good or not. I thought it would do good because I thought it was super cute and it's a very gender neutral fabric. So I think I ordered 6 yards to start, because you never want to sit on a fabric if it's not going to sell. So I started seeing like sales coming in. I'm like, okay, I need to order more because it's going to be a popular one. So then I ordered 6 more yards of it, but like right away. And then I've just kept getting more orders for it. So today I ended up ordering like 10 more yards of it. So I already know I have those other 6 yards coming, so I'm fine on time. So I didn't need to rush it. but I do pay the pro account for Spoonflower, which means I get free shipping. So I pay a fee, it's an annual fee to have a pro account with Spoonflower, and you just pay annually, and then you get free shipping. It's kind of like Amazon Prime, where you pay a little bit of amount and then you get free shipping. You know, it's not a 1 to 2 day thing. It's more like 2 weeks. But I know that, and so that's why I do inventory, and then I do my inventory once a week, and then I order. If I get down to like, I think it's like 5 loops around my bolt, I order more because I don't want to get down, below that. Hopefully that answered your question. With a Studio Fabric Cutter AccuQuilt, you could cut up to 9 to 10 layers of fabric with custom dyes. You must be sure to let custom shape pros that your patterns are not to be copied. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I didn't know any of this. I literally just started my business. I made my patterns. I just started working, and I haven't been able to look into other things because I've been caught up. But these are things that I need to look into. I need to upgrade this machine. This is a great machine. It's been there for me from the beginning, but I need to upgrade it now. So it's just like when you get to those certain points where you need to do things. Now I need to look into getting better patterns. So that'll be my next step. So I appreciate you guys for all your help in that. But yeah, ordering fabric is one of it. I'm okay with it now, but in the beginning I didn't know how much do I order, what's enough, what's not enough. Back and forth on it all the time. Ask my husband, he's always like, what are you doing? But now I'm better with it. Do you put anything on your wooden rings, and how do you disengage the blades on the serger? So my serger is easy. It has a button on the side where I can just switch it on and off. I know the newer model that a lot of you guys have gotten, I don't know, I don't have that one, so I'm not sure how to tell you how to do that, but you have to actually, I think, physically take it out, but I'm not sure. So don't quote me on that. But mine, I have the lock 1034D, and you literally just flip a switch and it goes on or off. And I keep mine off at all times. I don't ever use it. That's just how I taught myself how to use my serger. There's no right or wrong way to use it. That's just what I like. And then what was the other question? My wooden rings. Yes, so the shop that I'm in, she makes organic oils, skincare, home care, all kinds of organic stuff. And so we teamed up, and I just told her, look, I need an oil that is all organic, that doesn't mess with anyone's allergies or anything, that's literally completely organic. And she literally made me an oil, and now I sell it on my shop for people who buy the Loveys or the teething rings or anything like that. They can buy it. It's handmade by her, and it's just organic olive oil and organic beeswax, and then whatever else I think those are the only 2 ingredients she has, but I don't know how she makes it or anything like that. But she put it together, and that's what I use. And I just use a microfiber cloth, and I rub it on there. And that's the only thing I do. It has no odor, no taste, nothing. That's what I use. But I do put that in my description so that they know. And there is an option for them. I say, if you would like it unconditioned, just let me know, and I won't do it. But if they don't say anything, I've literally had, I think in 3 years, one person that has said, don't put anything on it. Everyone else, that they don't care, if they never said anything about it, anything like that. Yes, please hit that like button. I only have 68 likes on here, and there's 111 of you guys on here. I know I always forget when I watch people's videos, so I completely understand. But you can hit the like button now. Thank you. Okay. Have I used their gauze fabric? Yes, I love their gauze fabric. Actually, this is their gauze fabric right here. Don't look at my drink. This is their gauze fabric. It's so, so, so pretty. And it's actually really it's not, I don't want to say thick, but it's super soft and thick. I was gifted a serger from the 80s from a shop owner. Hadn't ran it in 10 plus years, oiled it, and it sews like a dream and is way quieter than the new ones. I love it. Yes, so I actually have a Kenmore in my cabinet up there that my grandma gave me that I'm going to be pulling out here shortly. Not tonight, but like soon. It was way before I even got this. I had no idea what I was doing, like no clue. And I got it. She gave it to me because she didn't use it. And it was when I first started. I didn't know what I was doing. I was trying to put it all together. I didn't know what all these 4 cones meant. I didn't know what any of this jumble meant. I had no idea. So I was messing with it. Couldn't get it to work. My edges were crazy. Like the cutter was off. Like it was a mess. So I literally tucked it away. And then one day I had wild hair and I just decided to get this and that. And I've never had any issues with this. Like it literally sewed like a dream from day one. Like I had no tension issues, like nothing. Like then that is how I taught myself. Like I just messed with everything, figured out what I needed to sew. It also helps when you sew the same kind of material and you don't have to change it, because I only sew, like when I serge, it's always this organic cotton knit. That's the only thing I really use on this machine, so I never have to touch it. It's always on the same setting. The only time I change it is when I use my organic nursing pads. Those are a little bit thicker, so I just adjust it from a 4.5 to a 4, and it works every time. So that's the only time I touch it. But back to my Kenmore. I want to pull that baby out, and now that I actually know how to use a serger, I think I can figure it out. And because it's older and probably built better than the newer ones, it'll probably work really well. Okay, so they're gonna copy their pattern. Yeah, they can do that. That's what I did in the very beginning. I would take their leggings and just fold them in half and just leave a 1/2 inch seam allowance around it, cut it, and then that way it just gives you like that leeway. Super easy. Hi, Nita. How long have I been embroidering? So I've actually only been embroidering for now like 4 months. So it was literally right before I started. Well, I guess how long have I been on YouTube now? Like 2.5 months? So I think I've been embroidering for maybe 3.5 months. So it was like a month before I started YouTube. So I like picked it up. I just went after it like real fast. So I might not be, the most precise at what I do on there compared to other embroiderers, but I try. I've only been doing it for, a few months, so I'm learning. I'm still learning. Wow, that's amazing, Anne. Super excited for the class. I always get people, I wish I could do that. It's so exciting that I can teach them a little bit about sewing. Yeah, so just have them trace out their leggings. If you need like measurements for the elastic waistbands, if you guys are using those, then let me know. I just have a chart up here that I have written down. I told you guys I put it up on the cabinet for my brother to reference when he's cutting it out. And it's just, I literally use those sizes every time. And I've never had any issues with people saying that they're too small or too big or anything. So I've just kept it at that, and that's how I do it. Also for the cuff sizes, if you need any help on those, just let me know the sizes and I can help you on those. Okay. Any more questions before I turn back around? How do you order an entire bolt of fabric? Okay, so the place Spoonflower where I order from, there really is no entire bolt of fabric. It just goes by how many yards you want. So I think, I could be mistaken, I'm not sure, but I've never ordered a full bolt from them. I've just ordered by the yard. So the most I've ordered from them is like 12 yards at a time, which was just today's order, or was it last week's order? I can't remember. But I normally order 10 yards at a time, but I've been getting busier, so I'm trying to like get a little bit more each time. Um, so I don't really know how they work, but I know from like Joann's or Hobby Lobby, you can order bolts from them. And I think their bolts are like 10 yards a bolt or 8 yards a bolt. I'm not sure. Do you think cuffs will be easier than just hemming? I think cuffs are way easier than hemming. Maybe a personal preference, and maybe it's because I do cuffs all day, every day, so they're just like super easy to me. But hemming is like you have to be so precise with it because you have to fold it up, or however your process is. I use my cover stitch now, but if you don't have a cover stitch, and I'm sure all the people coming to your class won't have a cover stitch, so a cuff is probably the easiest way to go. So I got a really good deal on my embroidery machine, and that's how I ended up with the one I have, because I was going to go with a Brother, because I have Brother everything pretty much except for my JANOME. And she talked me out of it, and she told me to go with this one because it was brand new and not very many people had it. They didn't even have it out on the floor yet, so there was nobody even like testing it yet. It was brand spanking new. So there weren't even reviews on it or anything, which is kind of nerve-wracking. And I asked her like a bunch of questions about it, and she didn't even know answers to it. She just knew that it was a good machine. They'd never had any issues with any of the FAF machines. Like, I had no, again, I'm new to embroidery. I had no idea. I didn't know what to ask. Like, I was just looking at it as my machine over there was a combo machine. I had started getting a bunch of orders for personalized blankets and embroidery birthday shirts and this and that, and I couldn't keep up with it on my one needle, so I needed a multi-needle. And I didn't know anything about a multi-needle. Like I said, brand new to embroidery. So anything that she was saying that was positive, I was just like, okay, like I don't know anything about it, so obviously I need the machine like now. I don't want to wait any longer, and I'm not going to go search around because I don't have time for that. So I'm just going to go with what she said. She seemed really nice. She was a great person. Like, we joked around the whole time. I told her about my business. She was just like really outgoing, and I just really clicked with her. And so I trusted her. And I'm really glad that I went with my instinct and got it because I absolutely love the machine. It's not giving me any issues. And I got like all my hoops. She threw in like fast frames. She threw in a bunch of stuff for me. And I think my total was like 7,500, 8,000, somewhere around there with like tax and everything. It was not that bad for a 10 needle. What is the name of my serger? It's a Brother Lock 1034D. I'll write it. It's in my description. All of my machines are in my description. She said that she expects this in about 2 weeks. I'm guessing, Sarah, that was about fabric. Yeah, my shipping time, I always estimate 2 weeks when I order. So like when I put my order in today, I can expect it in 2 weeks. Sometimes it comes earlier, and sometimes like storms happen, like last week the snowstorm, and it extended or delayed my shipping time for another week. So things happen, you never know, but a lot of times I try to get it out like even before that. So I just give myself a 2-week leeway. That's why my shipping time on Etsy is 1 to 2 weeks, because it gives me that amount of time to do their order, and if I need to wait on fabric, it gives me that time to allow for that as well. Thank you, Sarah, for answering all these questions. I appreciate it. Thank you for the info. I was so confused. Where did you get it in Phoenix? I'm assuming, Nicole, you're talking about my multi-needle. I got it at sewingmachinesplus.com. But call them. Don't order online. Because I was going to order mine online and I got to through the whole checkout process and then something happened. And so I ended up calling and then I ended up talking to her and she was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that you called me. You would have paid this amount of money and now you're paying this amount of money and I'm throwing all these goodies in for you. Don't ever order online. Always call them and talk to them." Are you new here, Michelle? If you are, thank you for coming and joining, and be ready because my lives are long and yeah. But I like to sit here with you guys. I like to chat and I like to pretend like I'm working, I guess, because I'm not really working. You should have the square test. Okay, you guys are talking to each other. Okay. Yeah, Nicole, it's a really good price. I'm in Arizona. Never knew how many yards are on a bolt, much less when it's fleece. Okay, so for my bibs and burp cloths, I actually get my fleece from Joann's. I've looked everywhere, and let me tell you, the best one that I've found is actually from Joann's. Like, I mean, I still buy like supplies. Like, I buy my like these scissors I get at Walmart. Like, I don't just because I get organic, fabrics and stuff from Spoonflower, which is very expensive. I still like shop around and do other things. So for my bibs and burp cloths that I have at the shop locally that I'm in, my backing is actually the fleece, and I'll show you. It's super nice. It's the softest one I've found. It's super plush. I'll turn this around. So this is the one I get. It's so, so soft. It's super white and it gets even softer as they wash it and it's stretchy. So this is the one I get right here. I get the whole bolt and it's anti-pill plush fleece. You have to get the plush one. If you don't get the plush one, then it's not going to be nice and soft like that. But it's the white anti-pill, and I don't know how many yards come on this, but I think it's 10 yards. But so that's where I get it is from Joann's. All my other stuff I get at Spoonflower, but I mean I'm honest with you guys. I'll tell you wherever I get anything. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. I received a lovey last week and it's perfect. I hope to add my comment on Etsy this coming weekend. Thank you so much. I know my niece will appreciate it when the baby is born. Did you get it embroidered, Michelle? Or is it just a plain lovey? I'm trying to remember which one it was. Martha, hi, welcome. I'm glad you're here. 8 yards. Okay. Yeah, so every time I go to Joann's, I just grab a new bolt. They always have them wrapped up and they always have them up on the top shelf. And I go through them like crazy. So I also use that fleece on the back of my organic nursing pads. And so I put the organic, my scraps from my organic fabric, and then I use the waterproof pull on the inside layer, so it's waterproof. And then I use that fleece on the back side. So there's 3 different layers. And that fleece makes it just really comfortable and soft and absorbent. And so I use that on those too. Shirley, I got my multi-needle from sewingmachinesplus.com. Do I listen to music or TV when you're working alone or not filming, or do you like it quiet? So sometimes I do like it quiet because I have 4 kids and my house is always crazy. So when I come out here, it's kind of like, whew. So sometimes I do like it like just silent. But like I came out here last night and I was jamming to some music because I didn't want to watch any YouTube videos because I just needed to honestly to take a break from that, from screen time, because it's when you're watching YouTube, it's a lot of screen time, and I watch it all the time. But when I go to bed at night, I can't. I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself a night owl. I work at night, but I think more of like insomnia. Like I can't sleep. I'll be so tired, but then I'll go to lay down and I can't fall asleep. So that's when I'll lay down and watch YouTube and watch videos and support my other friends and whatever. So that's when I do that. But last night I was like, I need some music in my life. So every day is different. Sometimes I don't want to listen to music because it's like a ringing in my ear that bothers me, or I can't focus or whatnot. So I just switch it up every day. I do whatever. Diane, my multi-needle is a FAF Platinum MN1000. Here, I can put it in here. Okay. I have 4 kids. I have a 15-year-old, a 13-year-old. I have a almost 5-year-old. He'll be 5 in April. And then I have a 3-year-old. He just turned 3. He's my Valentine's baby. He turned 3 on Valentine's Day. No embroidery, as the baby has not been born yet. I thought it would be a great head start and support your business, as I think you're amazing. Thank you so much, Michelle. That's awesome that you did that. I really, really appreciate it. I've gotten so much support from you guys from YouTube. I know before I even started my YouTube channel, a lot of people that I would watch would say that a lot of their business didn't come from YouTube, that it would come from elsewhere. And I was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. I mean, you get your business wherever you get it from, and that's great. Like, wherever it comes from is great. But when I started my YouTube channel, like all of a sudden I started like getting all these orders, but people would leave me messages saying, I just watched your YouTube channel, or I'm new to you and wanted to support you and this and that. And you guys are all so kind and so loving. And I've had so many people support me like in my business. And it just is so like, it just warms my heart that you guys would go watch me on here and then go order from me because you like what I've done. So it's just a huge, like, just positive vibes, like, all the time, and I love it. You guys are amazing. That's why I always say, I love you guys so much. On your nursing pads, do people mind if they are with print on them? No, so I have options. So I have a boy option on my Etsy site. There's 3 different options. One of them is girl prints, one of them is boy prints, and then the last option is solids. So I think there's also like a solid white or all white. I don't know. But there's solids and then boy print or girl print. You can choose whichever one you want. But in my description, it just says, you know, I just use my scraps because I'm a no waste brand. And if you choose a girl print, you can't choose specific prints. You just choose girl or boy, and then I'll choose within the scraps that I have. Hi from Australia. What time is it where you are? I'm horrible with time zones. Yes, I know. I was just wondering if people minded having prints. No, I actually thought about that before I started making them because I, as a mom, and when I nursed my children, I wore the store ones. That's why I started making them, because I was like, they were really uncomfortable. I didn't really feel like wearing the paper ones, that plastic one. Like, I don't know. So I started making them, and then I started thinking about the prints and how, like, would they show through the clothing or not? But you're wearing like layers. As a mom in nursing, I would wear, you have your pad, you have your bra, then I would wear like a camo under, or like a spaghetti strap underneath, and then I would wear my shirt over that. So you have layers, so you're not going to see the prints. And most of my prints are very neutral. Like, you're not going to be able to see that through, unless you're wearing like a see-through shirt. But nobody's ever said anything about it, so I hope they don't mind. Wow, we have 2 Australia people here. Yay. From somebody from the UK? Wendy Jones from the UK. Wow. This is amazing, guys. Do you ever just take a day and sew a bunch of nursing pads so that you have them on hand? Yes. So I've actually done that quite often. And that's why whenever you see those wooden bins over there, they are sitting on top of a shelf. There's 3 of them. I have extra pads on the bottom. So there's 3 different shelves. And then I have pre-cut liners, pre-cut fleece, and then pre-cut boy and girl prints. So I always pre-cut them, but I also do always sew them. And then every time I sew them all up, like I get orders from them and I send them out, which is good because their order can just be sent out. But in the beginning, I was getting just plain orders for nursing pads, just like a solid order, like 8 sets of them or whatever the sets are, however many they want. And that's all they would order. But now I'm getting them where they're combining them for like baby shower gifts. So they buy a baby, you know, an outfit, and then they buy the mom the nursing pads. So I've been getting like a mixture, so I can't just like make them and send them out. So I have to make the whole outfit, but it's nice because they're already pre-made. So I just throw them in with the order and then go. But I've had so many of those lately that I haven't had time to restock it. So I haven't had time to restock anything lately. But that's why I always try to like pre-cut stuff, and then I put them under here or on my stack over here that's just building up on my table. I always try to keep my table clear so I can have this workspace. Never happens. It's 5:10 a.m. here. Wow, you get up early. I get up early too, but I'm not a morning person. Yeah, I know I could on the multi-needle. I've just got like a rhythm and a routine down on what I do on here, and they go so fast on here. I've gotten so fast at doing the circles on my serger that it just takes no time rather than having to, you know, change it out of there every time. Wow, we have a lot of Australia people here. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah, so I have really sensitive skin, Elizabeth, and that is why I went with organic. My daughter, me, and my son, we all have really sensitive skin. And so that's the main reason why I went with organic. And then, like, I didn't even know that organic was, like, so in or so needed because people apparently needed it. I don't know. So, excuse me. So, yeah. Ooh, that tickled my throat. So, yeah, I have really, really sensitive skin. And so the organic really helps with that. All right. Do you cut the pull on the Cricut or by hand? So it depends. If I'm pre-cutting everything and I'm just like preparing for pre-made stuff, I'll cut a bunch on the Cricut machine, which is really nice, the Cricut Maker. I get all my fleece out, I get all my pull out, I get all my fabric out, and I just do, because it's just 4-inch circles. So I just pre-cut a bunch of them. I do 5 of them, 4 or 5 of them at the same time, but I have like 2 of them going because I have a Cricut Maker and a Cricut Explorer too. So I do them both at the same time, and I just cut a bunch of stuff out at the same time. And it just works out. And then sometimes if I just get like a random order that I need to cut it out real quick and I don't have extra, then I'll just hand cut them. My husband falls asleep on the couch next to me all the time. Actually, I'll be in bed and he'll fall asleep on the couch. I'm like, just get in bed. It's so much comfier. But can't tell them what to do. All right, I'm going to start working now. If you guys have any more questions, keep them until I look at the computer again. That was a long chat session. But I'm glad that you guys are asking all these questions. I feel like I need to do like a, would you guys like me to do a Q&A live where I'm not working and we're just sitting here chatting and answering questions and that sort of thing? I know I see a lot of YouTubers do that. I just don't know if that's needed. So I'm going back and sewing this one that I just cut out because I didn't get to do that in the beginning. But yeah, let me know if you guys would want that. Yes, we need 20 more thumbs up, please. Make it even. Okay. So I gotta hustle now because we were talking. Okay, so I think it was Nicole who was asking me about the leggings. She's doing a class. Sorry, I'm really bad with names. I know all your guys' names. I just forget who I'm talking to about what. But the first thing to do is put your two body pieces together on, I don't know if you can see this. Put your two body pieces together and then sew them straight down the legs. And I use a serger, but you can use whatever. Just use a zigzag. You don't even, yeah, I would use a zigzag stitch just to be safe. So I'm weird. I like all my seams to be going the same way. So I sew my pants weird. I just sewed down that, but I want this same seam line to be facing the same way. I don't want this on the back side of here. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but now I'm sewing the crotch and then I'm going to sew down this way. Instead of, some people would sew this straight down and then they would flip it and start sewing down this way. But then that means you're going to see the back side of this serged edge and then the front side of this serged edge, and I don't like that. I want them all to be consistent. So that's why I then flip it and do the crotch seam after that. That way they're all exactly the same way. And then I go up towards the bottom. So this is the ankle, but see what I mean? This serged edge now matches that serged edge, which is now going to match this serged edge, and they all look exactly the same, facing the same way, I mean. Now I only have one pair of leggings over here, so I'm just going to go ahead and put the waist on it and be done with that, and we'll do the cuffs at the end with all the others. If you're wondering why I'm doing it this way, that is why. Sandy, how is my internet? Am I buffering at all tonight, besides in the beginning, or am I good? I feel like I'm good, but I just want to make sure. Yes, on the Q&A? Okay. Besides nursing pads, have you ever thought about making reusable sanitary pads? I've thought about it. I don't really know that that goes with my business, but it would literally be the same process, I guess, as the nursing pads. So I have thought about it, and then I would just add like snaps on the back of it, but I don't know. That's called perfection. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you. Yeah, I am. Sometimes it gets in my way because I am a perfectionist. So I try not to be, but then also I just think of it as, you know, at least each customer that gets what, you know, whatever they buy, they know that it was really, you know, detailed. Everything was taken into consideration. And so that's why my shipping time is 1 to 2 weeks, because I don't like to rush an order. I just like to be able to, obviously I work as fast as I can, but I'm not going to just throw an order together because it needs to get out. If I need that time, I'll take the time to message them and tell them, look, you know, life happened. I'm so sorry. You know, whatever the circumstance may be, you know, but I also pay attention to when they write a note and say, I need this order by this date. I always do those orders first, because people who don't specify that, you know, don't need it by a certain date. Because I always put on my descriptions, like, if you need it by a certain day, please let me know. You know, my shipping time is 1 to 2 weeks, but if you need it before then, let me know and I'll work with you. So if people do need it before then, I do make certain that they get that. And then with the other ones, it doesn't stress me out because they didn't specify that, and I can let them know if, you know, anything happens. It's never like had to be done like that. The only thing was this last week with shipping, with the storms, but nobody needed their orders out right away, and nobody's was even late. So the only ones that I need to get out are these ones for tomorrow that were affected by that, but I already messaged them and they're all fine with it. They all understood. So like I said, as long as you're completely honest with them and you tell them like what's happening and you're upfront about it and you get on it right away, like the second you realize, you need to let them know. Don't postpone it or procrastinate on that, because then that'll end up like biting you in the butt in the end. That's a hard pill to swallow. Like, just don't be ashamed like of anything that you do, because you're the one doing it. Like, it's handmade by you. Like, have faith in what you do. Don't be ashamed that you're going to be like 2 days late because you want to take your time and make it perfect. Because wouldn't you rather them have it that way than get some sloppy order and be really upset about it and then give you a bad review? No, you don't want that. Look, my son was in here playing with this. I could tell because it was moved. He always touches the one thing I tell him not to touch. I'm very protective over this needle because I love this needle. I use it every day, all day on my items. And I know there are 1,001 different ways to do this, but this is the way that I like to do it, and it's easy for me. And I'm just used to it, so that's the way I do it. I like to tuck all my strings in doing that. So I'm making sure that underneath here, my seam is laying flat. So that's another thing I always check for, because if it was crooked like this, and then I laid that down and sewed that down, it's going to be bulky right there. So you want to make sure your seam is laying flat. And then I fold that over, and then I pin it until I'm ready to go over to the other machine and sew it. So always make sure your side seam is laying down the right way. It's just little details like that that if you mess up on, it can make a world of a difference. So now these little tiny pants, these are the cuffs for it. I'm gonna put over with their order. So in my videos, when you see me like grab it and push it off to the side, it's because the body pieces are done, but I do the cuffs all at the end. And so now I'm doing the next one. And I know that this is my back piece. And so my back piece I know goes with this back piece because it has my tags on it. And I don't pin anything. If you're new, there's a few of you guys that are new to my channel. I don't pin. I've sewn these so many times that I just put them under here and go. I I don't need to pin them. It just takes time. I don't have time for that. I just make sure they're all lined up. And I don't take it out and cut it. I just keep going. So in my videos, when they're all sped up really fast, you see me going like this up and down with my thing. It's because I do it this way. And when I edit my videos, it's in fast motion. I thought that was funny today when I watched it back. I'm like, it looks like I'm literally going like this. Like someone's going to be like, you're going to break your machine. But I promise it's fine. It's just because it was going really, really fast on the video. Like, at speed. I always cut my corners. I know you guys always have questions on this and like, why do I cut it? If I cut it, is it going to be a hole there? And no, I cut them because you want to cut that bulk off, but you want to cut it above where the seams meet. So they meet in a square like that, and I'm cutting above that. So there's not going to be any hole there. You just have to make sure you cut it, you know, the right length above it. And then I lay that down because that piece is done. And now I move on to my next bobby piece. Am I missing any questions? You hear what? What am I missing? What's wrong with my mic? Is it my speaker? Sorry, guys. Let me fix this for you. Where do I do it? Where do I put it? I don't know what to do. It's making a popping noise. We hear you fine, but a lot of static noise. Is it better since I moved it, or should I move it somewhere else? Maybe like on my... No? Because I'm wearing a hoodie. Let me put it like right here. Is that better? I use Glitterman thread for all of my sergers, all of my cover stitch machine, my brother, anything to do with sewing, I use Glitterman thread. It's still popping? That's weird. There's nothing like different. Yeah? It's plugged in fine. It's never done that before. Did it just start doing that? Well, I don't want it to annoy you guys. Good night, Elizabeth. I hope you enjoyed. Sorry if my mic is bothering you guys. I don't know what is happening, but if it's okay now, I apologize. But anyway, Elizabeth, thank you for joining. I think it was your first time here, so I appreciate you watching, and hopefully I will chat with you again. Okay. Because? Can you hear it popping? Is that what were you watching? My husband was watching me, and he came out to bring me a different shirt to wear. I'll be right back. I'm going to fix my mic problem. Did you hear it? Yeah. What was it doing?
Not bad. It's just like sounds like it's hitting something.
Oh.
It's sloppy around there.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, guys. Give me one sec. No, I've always used the mic. I just hope they can see me.
The camera's over there. The mic's over here. The camera's over there.
No, it's because when I use only my phone, then they can't hear me as well when I'm filming.
Got it.
So when I'm talking, they can hear me.
Fair enough. Got it. Let's see if it helps.
Momentarily. Okay, there. But now we lost a bunch of people. Can you guys see me now? Refresh your page, guys. If you refresh your page, it'll show back up. Just hit refresh. And hopefully everything is good now. It's still doing it, Sarah? Man, the technical problems I have, I don't get it. Okay, this is what's going to happen. I think I'm going to just end this live and start a new one. Are you guys good with that? Do you guys want to hop over to a new one and I will just use my phone instead of the mic and see if that works? Okay, you guys, I'm going to start a new one. So I hate starting a new one, but if this isn't working, then I'm just going to use my phone instead of this mic. The only thing is when I sew, it's kind of hard to hear me. So, but if this is staticky, then yeah. I don't know what to do, guys. Is it plugged in all the way, or maybe it's faulty? I've never had an issue with this, so I mean, I don't really know. I just have it like wrapped around like I always do. I haven't touched it. Don't know. I just pushed them all in and everything. Is it still weird? Yeah? That is so weird. See if it's different. Okay, I'm gonna walk over to there. Is it like staticky and bumpy? Or is it fine? I want it to be clear, not all weird and staticky. Okay, I just walked around the whole room. Did it sound okay? So I just had to wiggle it, I guess. Okay. All right, I guess that was weird, but whatever. Okay, time to take a drink, guys. Okay, back to where we were. Sandy, if it gets like that again, write in all caps so I can see it. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, guys. Sorry that that happened. That was like a 20-minute, 15-minute deep. Where was I? Lost my train of thought. And Don, it wasn't your fault. I'm glad you said something. I always get so flustered when I watch my show back and I'll be laying in bed. I don't watch the whole thing, but like I'll watch bits and pieces of it just to make sure that everything was like good, because I need to fix it, obviously, if it's not. And how do I know if I don't like watch it? What the heck? Like my internet always breaks and then connected or it's buffering or so it's frustrating. Because then I'll watch other people and theirs is just like perfectly clear. So just like everything else, everyone has a learning curve. How we doing? Good night, Sarah. Thank you for everything. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Text me in the morning. Don, it didn't mess everything up. Please don't think that. Who is that? Do you say it? Is it Lodi? Are you new here? I haven't seen you on here. But thank you. Ooh, I love margaritas. Cheers. This is a martini. I drink a martini on the rocks, basically. I just sip on it. I just love the taste of olives. Okay, so now I'm sewing the whole body pieces together. And this is the last step before the cuffs go on. Again, I want all my seams to be facing the same way, not the right way, the same way. So I am now doing the crotch area instead of the other side. So I always stop halfway through and make sure that it's all lined up. Push my shoulder piece under, and then I line up. I always make sure the seams are always laying the right way. I always call it the pretty way or the ugly way. If you guys have watched me before, you know I say that. So I like the seams to be facing the pretty way all the time. So this is the pretty way to make. So make sure they're all facing that way and tucked under. And then I tuck my strings in over here. Am I still okay, guys? The reason why I pull the string like that is so that it doesn't get all like in a clump. So like I just pull it and stretch it out so it's not all, I don't know the right terminology. If I pull it through without doing that, sometimes it gets like caught, and I don't like that. So I just pull it so I don't have to deal with that. Okay, so now my cuffs are right here, but I'm not doing them yet. So I'm putting this right here and moving on to the next one. And like I said, these orders are all different, so I'm just doing one at a time. Kind of all together, but one at a time. And sometimes when you do it this way, it'll seem like you haven't gotten very far very fast, but then you're done with them all at the same time. My scissors are dueling. I need to get new ones already. First time here, we watch more of your videos. Have a great night, everyone. Welcome, Marissa. Thanks for joining. Hopefully I'll see you in another one. Sorry we had those difficulties while you were here. Can you please share all the settings on my serger? So I only sew on my serger, like I said, with this one fabric. It's organic cotton knit, so I keep it on the same settings at all times. The only time I change it is like half of a setting. And so my settings are 4, 4, 4, 4.5. And that's how I keep it all the time. When I do my nursing pads, they're a little bit thicker. And even sometimes when I do my cuffs, and it's a little bit thicker because it's like 4 different layers, I'll move this to a 4. So 4 is all the way across. And then Like right now it's on 4. I forgot to put it back, but it's been doing fine. But I usually keep it at 4.5, between 4.5 and 4 all the time. Never mess with it. I don't use my cutter. That's just how I trained myself to do it. But a lot of people do use the cutter. But I also make my own patterns. So I don't have seam allowances. I just do it with it already in there. Like a lot of patterns that you can buy off Etsy or whatever, they have seam allowances. I don't do that. And no reason why, that's just how I make the pattern. So I guess when I first started making my own patterns, I didn't include it, and I just never have. Because I'm not a professional designer, so I just kind of did what I knew. And I tried all my stuff on like my sons and my niece and then my 2 boys, and then I just like altered it from that. And I've never had any issues. I know my rompers run big, but I make them that way. They're an Aram style romper. So they're supposed to be looser fitting anyway. And they're a Grow With Me romper. So with the Grow With Me romper, the cuffs are, you know, I use a 2.5-inch cuff, so it's a little bit longer. And that's because my son has really long legs and everything is so short on him. And so I thought a longer cuff would be nice to have. That way I can roll it when, you know, he's just wearing it. And then as he's growing, I can unroll it and it would fit him longer. And so that's where I started out, you know, making that size of cuff. And then I just decided to use that cuff for my leggings and my rompers and just do all the same size all around. And it made it easy because it was just one size for everything. Okay, I'm going to sew this body together and then I'll answer some questions if you guys have any. So if you notice, my first line down, sewing it, the liner and the shoulder pieces on and underneath face towards me. I want my seams to be flat down facing towards me. When I flip it over, or not really flip it over, but when I'm sewing down the other side, they're going to be flipping the other way, if that makes sense. So I'll show you when I get to that. Because I want these to be all the same way. But because I'm sewing this way, and then I'm going to be sewing the other side the opposite way, they have to be the opposite way. How's the mic doing, guys? Is it okay now? I'm just constantly like checking to make sure that it's like in a straight line. That way it's not lopsided after it's completely sewn together. You don't want that because then it'll fit funny. So that's why I keep adjusting it as I sew it. But it's also because I don't pin or clip, so it's just one or the other. I don't like to pin or clip, so it's kind of the downfall of it. I always have to make sure it's even. But see how now the front part is now down towards me? So now I have to make sure that the liner pieces are facing up. Always pay attention to what direction you're sewing so that your seams lay the same way. If that makes sense. So now I'm pushing this one back and this one back because you can see this is where I sewed it right here. So if I sewed it the other way, then it would be totally twisted. Sometimes it's a little tricky on this side. You have to make sure they're laying flat because sometimes they like to come up. Oops. And there's no like distance that I pull the needle through. I just kind of stop when I feel like stopping. Sometimes it's an inch, sometimes it's half an inch. It just depends on where the needle comes out. As long as I'm tucking it in, I feel comfortable with it. Okay. Do you guys have any questions? I'm going to flip cuffs while I'm answering questions. Minimal static, it's good. Mic is perfect. No worries. Thank you. I'm on my cell phone. Did you take your blades off? Yes, Aubrey. I actually on my serger, there's just a button on the side that you can literally click it on or off, and I have my cutter off. I don't ever use my cutter. Okay, let's see. Is it the Toldy Lock thread that you use for your serger? Yes, I'll show you guys. It's right here. So this is the one that I use. Can you guys see that? There you go. Toldy Lock, it's by Gutermann, and it's the overlocking thread. And I just use white. I use white for everything because all of my fabrics are pretty like neutral toned, and so I just go with white. I don't need to use any other color. Oh, your help, appreciate it. This is my second time here and I'm enjoying being here. She probably already left, but good night, Janie, if you are still here. Okay, let's see here. Sure, the settings. What are the settings on the left side, please? Okay. So Sherry, I just have them on my original settings. The one that they recommend is highlighted. So mine is highlighted in a black square around it. So I guess it's the stretch or the like length of the thread is on 1. So that's just the recommended one. And then the width of the serge thread is on a 3, and that's the recommended one. I have my cutter off, and then the last one, I don't know what this one is the, I think maybe that one is the, so this one is the length of the thread, I guess, is on a 5. So these ones are just all on the recommended. Like I said, I'm not a professional. I don't know all the terminology. I just do what works. And I just left my settings on these sides at the recommended ones, which are circled or squared. And these ones I just messed with and figured out which ones worked best with the fabric that I use. And I only use this one. And so I just never have to change it. So I messed with it, and I figured it out, and then I just don't touch it. So that's what I use. Okay, let's see. What are you saying on the left? I already did that one. Can you send your own design to Spoonflower, or do you have to work with one of their designers for custom fabric? You can actually, if you have a PNG and it's in good, it's a good quality photo, you can print your own fabric. It's a print on demand service, and so you can upload it and you can print your own fabric. And you can also order from the artists on there too. Of course, Aubrey, anything. If you have any other questions, please just ask. I do not sell my patterns. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to make them PDFs or anything like that. I'm completely tech illiterate. Like I don't do computers, so I have no idea how to even do that. But that's why I do tutorials, and so you are obviously new here. Every other Monday, I do a live tutorial on an item or a product that I sell. And so last week was a tutorial on a blanket and my crib blanket. And while we are talking about it, actually my planner's right here. So this next one is March. So I'm doing a regular live. So every other Monday I do a regular live, which I'm doing right now. And then every other Monday after that, I do a live tutorial. So tonight's a regular live. Next Monday, and they're all at the same time. I always do them at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. And so next Monday will be on a burp cloth. So I'm going to be doing a live tutorial on how I make my burp cloths. Super easy process. I will be putting out a supplies list in the next few days. It's super easy. I mean, literally all of your standard supplies that you need. You need some pins, you need some scissors or a rotary cutter, you need a pattern. I'm just going to show you how I do mine. So it's going to be a contoured burp cloth. You can download any pattern that you want. You can find probably a free one on Pinterest, or you can purchase one through Etsy. But you'll need either the fleece I showed you guys that I use, or you can pick it up at Joann's, or you can go there and get any terry cloth, anything for a bib or a burp cloth that you would use, and then a cotton fabric, so any cotton fabric you want, and then obviously a sewing machine. I use a sewing machine, standard sewing machine. SERGER. How do you balance family and work? Do you like working more at night or early mornings? I am not a morning person, so I work at night. I do wake up early, but I get a big coffee and I drink like 2 coffees, and then I can do my day. But yeah, I don't do mornings. I work at night. It's the only time that I can really focus and just be like left alone and just hustle. So that's what I do. I think I'm all caught up. Do you guys have any more questions? Yeah, I just do good at night. It's the only time I can work. And I do feel bad that my lives are later, but then I started thinking about it, and I'm like, there are people who do lives during the day that work for people, they work good for people who want to watch lives during the day. But there are people like us who are night owls who work at night who need somebody at night too. So I've stopped feeling so guilty about the timing of my lives. I used to feel like, I still feel guilty about it just because I can only come on at 8:30, but and my lives are always long, so we're always on here until really late. But then I thought about it and I'm like, but you guys have the option to leave whenever you want to leave. So I shouldn't feel bad about it, I guess, because you can be on here as long as you want. And nobody's going to get their feelings hurt for anyone leaving. So I guess I shouldn't feel bad for having a late live. I don't know. It's just me. I overthink things too much. And then I was like, well, what if I go on earlier? But then I'm like, well, then maybe the people that are always on my lives won't be on my live because it'll be a different time. So it's just me being me. I overthink everything. So this is a tricky pattern because it's the planet one, and you have to pay attention to where the ring on the planet is. And sometimes there's not a ring. There is not a ring on there. Like this one doesn't have a ring anywhere. So this one can go either way. But that's why I was looking at it. Can you use flannel and cotton or double-sided flannel for the burp cloth? Yeah, you can use whatever you want. I just use the fleece on the back side. That's just, I like to have all my products in my shop matching, and so that I go with, but you can use anything you want. So you can use a cotton, you can use a flannel, you can back it with cloth, you can back it with fleece, you can back it with another cotton, probably using a you're going to want to have a layer that absorbs drool and spit up. So you just got to think about those things when you make items like that. Just like how I had to think about when I made my nursing pads. I had to think about a waterproof liner because if somebody's wearing it in their shirt and they go out in public and my pad that I made them isn't absorbing right, and then they have this huge like water mark on their shirt from leakage, that doesn't look so great on me because I didn't think through that. So you just got to think about that stuff. I know when I've bought in some like cheap burp cloths from Walmart or something, and you know, you go out, you want to buy like a whole pack of them, and then you get home and use them, and your child spits up like immensely, and it's just everywhere, and it didn't soak it up at all. And then you're mad because it's all over you and everything. It's just like this huge mess. So I don't want to be that company that sells that. So this is the ring I'm talking about on this particular, see, some of them have it and that one has it, but then like on the inside, like that one doesn't have it. And so with my bummy waist, the pattern has to go upside down when it's facing me. And so when it's facing me, this is going to be upside down because that ring is supposed to be on the bottom of the planet. And so I just have to pay attention to the way that it is what I'm trying to say. I didn't sew the body of this together yet. Talking, doing different things at different times. Okay. Love the later lies. Me too. I actually do. I've grown to love them. And like I said, I used to feel bad about it, but now I'm like, you know what? If it's, you know, like Sarah and like all the other people who left, like they just say goodnight and, you know, they're going to bed. We're staying. Everyone has their own choice. When you get tired, you can pop off. That's what I do when I watch other people's lives. I come on and I chat for a little bit, and then when I'm ready to get off, I get off. And that's what I thought about for myself. I'm like, okay, that's going to happen. So I guess I don't need to feel bad about it. They have their own choice. I look forward to Monday night because I can work while you do the same time zone. Oh, good. Yeah, see, that's the other thing is like a lot of people that watch me are from different time zones, and it's hard. That's what it was. I struggled with that in the beginning, trying to pick a time, but 8:30 was like just a good time for me because that's when I put my kids down and when I would normally come out to work. But then also it was like everyone's time zone is so different, and most of them are like 2 hours difference, but ahead of me, and so it was really late to start. But I just had to get over that. Aw, thank you guys. I appreciate it. So I'm just slowly turning the cuffs, just making sure they're all nice and even. If you see me cutting, it's just because I'm cutting the extra string off the end right here so that it doesn't get caught up in the needles when I'm sewing it or serging it. This one I don't really worry about too much because if I cut it too close, it'll unravel and I don't want it to unravel. So I leave it because it gets tucked inside the fold anyway and they won't ever see it. But your cuffs, you always want them to be, so see how the raw edges are facing up towards the ceiling? This is the fold where the ankle will be. So if this was the baby's foot, my raccoon's up, it's not, doesn't look right. So you always want your print to be facing the right way, and you have to make sure that you always double check that, because once it's sewed on or serged on, I keep saying sewed on, you'll have to take the whole thing apart. Not the whole thing, but the whole cuff will have to be taken back apart, and that's a pain. If there's anything I hate doing more or most, it's unraveling a serged edge. It takes me forever. Paulette, I use a Pool fabric. P-U-L. Here, I'll link it in here, or I'll put it in here. It's a waterproof fabric. You can get it on Amazon if you want to get it and just use it for the tutorial, and then you can research other places to buy it from. I get mine off of an Etsy shop. I just searched Pool fabric in Etsy, and I found a shop that I really like that sells it, and I really like it because some of the Pool fabric is like more plasticky because it's waterproof, but the one that I have is actually really soft, and it's more like a knit fabric with a waterproof liner. So it just depends on your preference. How big do I cut my cuffs? So it depends on what size you're cutting it for, but all of my cuffs are 2.5 inches after they're folded. So this 2.5 inches. This one for this size, 2.5 inches. This one for this size, 2.5 inches. They're all different sizes, but they're all the same like length. And I do that so that this is for a 0 to 3 month. But if it's a little tiny baby with a little tiny ankle, they can fold it in half. And then as they grow, they can unfold it and it'll still fit them. That's how I did it. Hawaii, oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. I love Hawaii, it's my favorite. Oh, I need to go to Hawaii. The time doesn't bother me. My son is in Las Vegas and my daughter goes to work at 11 p.m. Nice. Can always watch it later. Most of the time I watch the video after. It's the first time I catch you live. Aw, well, I'm glad you caught me live, but yeah, like everyone, even like when I watch other people, I'll watch it for a little bit and then I'll be like, okay, well, either I'm tired or it's because most of the time when I watch them, it's after I've come out of working and it's really late at night, and I'm, you know, after you work and stuff, you're still kind of like, your adrenaline is like going because you've been working and you can't just like go to bed and fall asleep. So I just get on my phone, stay open anymore, and then I rewatch it the next day. So that's how I do mine. Because during the day I'm with my kiddos and I don't get anything done during the day. I can't be on my phone while I'm with them. Sometimes when they're eating or we're taking a little break or something, I can sneak some in, but literally it's no joke. Every time I pull my phone out to use it or look at a video or anything, my son's like, come on, like pulling my hand. It's like literally like clockwork. So these are the little bummies that I do. Such an easy sew out. And then I put my waist on here. The waist on these goes on the inside of the pants. The waist on the leggings goes on the outside of the pants. So they're opposite when you do an elastic waistband. Question. Caught up to here. Okay, thank you. Have you had a product you hated to make and removed it? Yes. I wouldn't say I hated making them, but I would say that they were tedious, I guess. And I'm going to be doing a tutorial on it. They're my Baprins, but I can't really call them Baprins because they're already like trademarked as Baprin. So they're the baby aprons. If you guys know what those are, it looks like a apron, but it's for a baby, and they go on their body like a shirt, but it's a bib. So it covers their full torso so they don't get anything on them, but they can't take them off because it literally wraps around under their armpits like a shirt and it ties in the back. So I don't make those for my shop anymore because they didn't take me forever either. They just, I don't like to work with bias tape that often. And so it was like all bias tape around the whole thing. And it was just one extra thing that I needed to do. I needed to purchase a bunch of bias tape. So now I have 2 full bins of bias tape that I don't use, along with all this other stuff in here that I don't use. But yeah, I have thought about bringing them back just because they were a really big seller. They just annoyed me to make, I guess you would say. I didn't hate them. And they're super duper cute. And I can sell them for more expensive because they're more work, but I just don't enjoy making them. So I make what I enjoy making. And that's what is good about having your own business is you can make those judgment calls on that sort of stuff. Like some people do make things just because they're money makers and people buy them, but like, do you enjoy making it? Like if I don't enjoy to make it, then I'm not going to make it because that takes the whole fun out of like your product. And being able to tell people that you handmade it with love. If you're hand making it with love, but you really dread making it, then like why would you make it? Hopefully that makes sense. So anything that I don't like to make, I take out. I love, love, love making these clothes, and I finally like realized that this is my niche. I sew them so much that you would think I would be like, ugh, I don't want to sew them anymore. But that's why I always refresh like my prints. I get new ones, you know, I bring back old ones. Like I just refresh it all the time and I'm rotating things in and out and it just makes it fresh. Like even though it's the same pattern every time, it's something new to look at. Like my blankets, I bring in different patterns all the time and it's so refreshing to see like a new print. I think that's my favorite thing is just picking out new prints. And I always have ones that are year round. Like my raccoon one has been here from the very beginning. This leaf one has been here from the very beginning because it's so popular. Everyone loves that muscle for some reason. It's just literally everyone loves it. Anyone with a girl, obviously. But yeah, I just really, really enjoy making clothing. I think it's because I didn't think I could ever make clothing, and now that I can, it's kind of like a aha moment. So I don't even really know like how long I've been working on these because we've been talking and we had that mic issue and everything else, but I'm pretty much almost done with the body pieces of these bummies. We got 2 rompers and a pair of leggings. So like I said, it doesn't seem like you're getting anywhere, but then when you're done, you've sewn up like, you know, all of them at the same time. And Sandy, if you need to go to bed, please go to bed. You know my lives are so long. I just usually stay on until I finish what I need to get done for the next day. And then sometimes I package them up, other times I just package them up in the morning. It just depends on how tired I am. But if you need to go to bed, Sandy, please go to bed. I know you have kids and a long day too. Why don't you sell your supplies you don't use anymore? I'm sure your followers would love to buy supplies. I just never thought of it. I don't know. Yeah, I could sell like a lot of stuff. I just haven't had the time to like sit down and figure out what I want to get rid of. And yeah, I just haven't gone that far on figuring out that next step. And it's hard to make people like if you're just starting out, like, yeah, I have a bunch of fabric that you can practice with, but then I overthink it and I'm like, but if I don't like that, I don't want to give it to them to sew with because I don't like sewing with it. Because the reason why I don't use it is the reason that I just don't like to sew with it. It's not a good sew. It doesn't sew right, I guess. So I wouldn't want to hand that off to someone. But yeah, like my unopened bias tape and stuff like that. Like all of my paper crafting that I like don't touch, that I paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars for all my stamps and all of my ink and all of my everything, my die kits, everything. I don't even use that anymore. I don't even touch it. It literally sits in the corner. Because I used to be into card making before I found my love for sewing. I'm all over the place, but now this is all I do, so. Okay, so these are completely done. I just need to press them and put my tags on. So with these, I just put them over to the side over here because I need to put my tags on them. And now all I gotta do is put all the cuffs on these, which you saw how fast it was for those. It's just real quick for each one. How many years have you been sewing? So I've been sewing for about 4 years, maybe. Or try to do something different, but now it's more once you like figure it out, you can kind of figure out your own mistakes. So in the very beginning, I would watch some, YouTube videos and try to figure out this and that and whatnot, but it's mostly just trial and error and doing it myself. Same thing with everything else, like editing videos for my channel. I am not a computer person, so it took me forever, like literally days, to sit down and figure out iMovie, and now I can do it like that. So today I literally took a almost 6-hour recorded video down to 34 minutes. So it's just practice. You just have to do it. Same thing with anything, sewing, anything. You just have to take the time and practice. Like I am, obviously I'm a perfectionist, and so like I take that long extra time to sit down and figure it out. And I won't do it until I know what I'm doing. Meaning like I won't sell it unless if I come out with a new product, I test it and test it and test it and test it until I'm like really okay with it. Like with my screen print transfers, I've outsourced those from Hoop Mama, and I had never used her before, but again, I'm using her screen prints, but I had never used them before, and so that's my company's name, that when I sell that shirt, they don't think of the person who made the screen print, they think of the person they bought it from, meaning Being on Bliss. And so like if I sold that shirt and then they washed it and the screen print was like crap and it fell off or started peeling or whatnot, that comes back on me. So like even before I would sell that, I practiced on my own blank shirts, and I would wash them and wash them and wash them, and then I would have my boys wear them and, you know, play in them, and then I'd wash them again, make sure that they were like really good and that I had the heat setting and that they pressed well and they didn't bleed when they washed and all that stuff. So I am a firm believer in testing out your product before you sell it. And also, I don't pre-wash my fabrics. I say that in my descriptions. That's just my opinion. I don't do that. I get it off of the bolt and I sew it. But I tell them it's true to size after the first wash. I put that on my cards. I put that on my description. I put that everywhere. So one person got a romper and they were like, oh my gosh, this looks huge. And I'm like, well, you didn't wash it yet. So wash it and then try it on. And then she messaged me and was like, oh, it fits perfect. I'm like, see? You gotta listen. But if you notice in all my videos, I always put the circle tag has the wash instructions on it. And I always put that face up. My logo's on the back side or the front side, but I always flip it around, so that when they open up their package, that's the very, very first thing that they see. And I know it could be prettier to put like my thank you note or whatever else in the very front, but I want them to see that care instruction card the first thing they see, so that they're not like tossing it, you know? So I know I've given them instructions. You have to go really slow over that seam because it's very bulky and you don't want to break a needle. Because sometimes the needles will break if it's too bulky, and one time it broke in the very beginning and it like flicked up at me and it was so scary because it could have got my eye. And we all know I already have a bad eye, so we don't want that. When you figure it out, showing the stuff on your lives would be perfect. That could give you some liquid cash instead of having them sitting and taking up space. Yes, that's actually a good idea. I thought I could make cards, just not my thing. Yeah, April, I was so into it. And I was like, you know, I watched, I think her name is Jennifer McGuire. I think. I'm pretty sure that's her name. I used to watch her nonstop. Like, I'm not a stalker, but like a stalker. Like I loved her videos. Like I watched them over and over and over. Like I just loved her process. And I would just constantly watch them, and I was so into it, and I would watch and watch and watch and learn from her, and then see those 2 cups are already on. And so then I would buy the products that she told me to buy, like on her videos, and I would get suckered into it. And then I remember my dining room table was literally my card table, and I was making everyone's like birthday cards and all this other stuff, and then literally like done. Like I don't even know how I ended it. I just started sewing, and then literally like with all the supplies I bought for my card making, I then turned into buying sewing stuff, and now I have a gazillion sewing stuff. But when you first start out, you don't know what to buy, and so I was buying everything. I bought zippers because I wanted to make pouches. I bought little tassels because I wanted to make keychains, like all this stuff, and I don't use any of it anymore. So I use literally, like, when you find what you're meant to do, then you find that you're ordering more of those products, but you're only buying certain products. Like I buy from one fabric store, I buy from one for my clothing, I buy from, you know, a place for my backing for my blankets. I go to Joann's to get I get my thread from Joann's, and I get my fleece from Joann's. So I buy those 2 items from there. Like, it's like the trips that you make are lessened when you figure out what to make. That's another thing that I've noticed with my Etsy shop too, is that as I started pulling products from my shop, it got busier because my shop wasn't so oversaturated with different products. Like, it was just simple, like certain things. Like, people don't want to have to make a choice. Like, they want to go and know what they're looking at. They don't want to look at 1,000 different things. They want it to look nice and organized, and I know that's how I am anyway too. So I don't use my cutter, so this thing is for all your sheddings from your cutter. So I just throw my ends when I snip them in here. Am I missing any questions? Are you going to bed, Sandy? What are you guys saying? What edit software do I use for my videos for YouTube? Is that what you're talking about, Charlie? Or Charlie? Is it Charlie or Charlie? Yes, Jennifer McGuire. So I got it right. Okay. Yes, and her presence is so like soothing. I don't know. She's so soothing. Exactly. You have to try everything before you know what you like. You still have handles and closures for handbags. I want to start back making purses. Yeah. I know. Sometimes I do think about it and about things that I used to make, but then I'm like, how am I going to have time to do that? I don't even have time to do samples of different things that I want to do. Okay, good night, Sandy. Get some rest. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, guys. Sandy's leaving, so if you have questions, if you know how to tag my name, please tag my name so I can see them. It highlights my name in red so I can see it. Oops, wrong way. How long have we been on here? 3 hours? Okay. I always cut this off right here so it's even, and then it goes through the feed evenly and it doesn't get caught in my needle or break my needle. I always double check to make sure it went through nicely and it's not like bulky or gonna bother them. Uh-oh. Need to plug my phone in. There we go. All right. Yes, what software do I use to edit my YouTube videos? I use iMovie. So I have an Android phone and a PC, but I stole my daughter's Apple desktop and I brought it out here because she is online schooling and so her school uses a certain computer, so she can't use that one anyway. So I do iMovie. It's way easier to use than whatever the PCs recommend. I just couldn't figure it out, and iMovie I figured out quickly, so it worked for me. Now I gotta do these little itty bitty ones. They're so tiny, 0 to 3 months. These ones are a challenge sometimes because they're so tiny, but you just work with it and just move slowly while you're sewing it. What do you do when you get to the end of that seam? Where I tucked it in? Is that what you're talking about? I tuck all my strings in no matter where I'm ending. Anytime, unless I'm sewing like another layer onto it, then I won't tuck it. But like, I'll show you when I finish this one what I'm talking about. Let me sew this on here real quick and then I'll show you. It's just for me to make me feel good about it, that it's not going to come unraveled after they sew it. I don't think it will anyway because it's serged, but it's just for me. Because I'm weird sometimes. I overthink everything and I don't want anything to come apart. So these ones are so little, I have to keep moving it around. So I cut that tail off. And so this one is the ending one. So I always take my big eye, it's a tapestry needle, so it has like a big eye. And then this ending isn't sharp, it's like rounded so it doesn't hurt. And I find that that one works best when I'm tucking in my strings because it doesn't poke into the fabric. So I just put it through the string and then see how it's serged going this way, that way? I go back the opposite way so that it just gets tucked in there the opposite way, and then you can never see that it was tucked in. So I just pull it through the seam, and then when I cut it off, you can never tell that it's in there. It's just like disappeared underneath there. So I'm going to cut that piece off and then you'll never be able to tell. And I do that on everything. So that now once I've cut that, you literally can't even tell it's in there. Good night, Patty. Thank you for joining. My motivation to start my business actually was because I've always worked since I was young, like 15. And I had the opportunity when I met my husband to be able to stay at home with my kids. And so, of course, I jumped on that. And then I got bored of just being home as a stay-at-home mom. Not that I was bored of my kids, but just that I lost my identity and I didn't know like what to do because I was always working and I was just doing nothing because I was at home. And I mean, most people would love that because you have freedom to do, you know, whatever with your kids and whatnot. But I just got bored, I think, of just not working because I was used to that. And so my husband was like, you need to find a hobby. So I found a hobby and it started out with the crafting. It was always crafting. I'm always been a crafter. But then I was like, I need to figure out what I want to do, like just for fun to keep me busy. I really like coloring, so I always would do like the color by number books or just like the adult coloring books. I would love doing those. I love doing word searches, just like stuff like that. But then I was like, no, I really want to do like a craft. Like I want my own craft. So then my grandma invited me over one day and she is a sewer and I had never sewn before. And she wanted me to do something like a project with her. And I remember I couldn't do it because I didn't know how to sew. I had never sewn before. And me being the perfectionist that I am, it really frustrated me because I couldn't do it. So that night I went home and I watched YouTube for hours on how to do stuff. And then I wouldn't say the next day because I really don't remember like how long after that, but my husband and I were shopping and I was like, I want a sewing machine. And he starts laughing like, what? And I said, I want to learn how to sew. And he was just like, okay, I'll buy you a sewing machine. So he bought me a sewing machine. And then I literally just went from there. And I think the first thing that I made was the burp cloth. I made a burp cloth. No, I take that back. The very first thing that I made, mistake, because it was literally so hard for a very first thing to make. I made the baby moccasins, the little shoes, and I got like the faux leather and all that stuff. And I was like, I can do this. And I totally did it. But it was so hard for like a never sewn before project. So that was my very first thing I ever sewn. And I was so proud of them. So for each one of my kids, I have a keepsake box and those shoes are in there because those are my very first thing that I sewed up. So I've kept those. And then the next thing was my bibs and my burp cloths. And actually not even my bandana burp cloths. It was my bibs or my contoured burp cloths and my aprons that I do that we were talking about earlier. Those were actually hard too for like a first sew out project for being a beginner. So I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah, I just literally went crazy. When I first start, where did I buy my supplies to build my business? So I actually have, like, I'm at a spot now where everything I buy from, I'm just hoping and praying that like they don't go out of business or they don't stop selling because I love everything I get now. But I've built it up to there. So you don't really know until you try other things. So like when I first started with my business cards, I buy from Vistaprint now, but I think I bought from what's it called? It's another big place. I can't even think of the name right now. But I get them now from Vistaprint, but I get my care instruction cards, I get my business cards, I get pretty much everything from Vistaprint that's on a card, like my postcards and stuff like that. I get my water activated tape that has my logo on it. I get that from an Etsy shop, and I order them at big bolts at a time, not bolts, but big rolls, and they're literally like this thick and this round big rolls. So I don't ever, I've ordered twice from them in the last 3 years. Like that's how little I have to order from them. All of my stabilizer I get from All Stitch, all of my needles, all my embroidery supplies, my thread, everything I get from All Stitch. If I'm in a rut and I need something really fast, I order from Amazon. Everyone does that. If you need something really quick, if I need like a Gutermann, or not a Gutermann, but a Madeira black thread or a white thread or whatever color I'm looking for and I need it right now, I'll just Google Amazon and see like what, if they have it, then I'll get it on Amazon, and then I'll order another one through All Stitch. But All Stitch is my main one. I do order some supplies like my shipping, my poly mailers, all of my bags, all of my like shipping supplies, I mainly get on Amazon. But like I said, you have to try different products, because Amazon's hit or miss. I love it or I hate it. Like it's just hit or miss. So my big wood rings are 3-inch. If you lay the wood ring down on your cutting mat, that's how I measured it. So it hits right before the 3 inches around the whole circle. So around the outside of it is 3 inches. The smaller ones are, I think, 2.5 inches. So I have a smaller one and a bigger one. What was your startup investment in your business? I honestly don't know. Like, I didn't really have a startup cost because, like I said, I started it out just by trying to find a hobby. So it wasn't going to be a business. It never intended on being a business. It just kind of happened that way. It was a hobby. I tried to have fun with it. I tried to learn new things and just kind of keep myself busy, like while the kids were napping or at night when they were sleeping or whatever on the weekends. And then my friend Heather, she makes jewelry. She makes like lava bead bracelets, and so you can put like oils on them. And she wanted to do a market one day, and she asked if I wanted to do it with her. And so we went and did our first market together, and it just kind of went from there. I got excited about it. People wanted to buy my products, and then I just kind of went from there. And now where I am, like it turned into a business. It turned into a whole thing, and I had no idea it was going to get here. So I don't know how to answer that question. I just kind of bought things along the way. My biggest investment was obviously my 10 needle. These are all of these machines are investments. My second highest one was my JANOME over there, which that alone was like, I think 5,000 for that single needle embroidery combo machine. Those are expensive. I mean, it's a really nice machine. But then I jumped to this multi-needle, which I got a really good price on that. But then each one of these, like this one is, a few hundred. That one's, more than this one. And then, everything costs money. So you just have to think about each thing. Your Cricut machine. Cricuts are not cheap. Like I have 2 of those. Every time I order fabric, there's literally every time I order fabric, it's never under $600 for a fabric order. Like it's insane. Good morning, Esther. Wondering when you were going to pop on here. What time is it for you? 5? I have lots of stories. So if you guys are new here, I talk a lot. Which is really weird because I'm actually a shy person and I really don't talk a lot. But on here, I feel the need to talk a lot. 7:50. Okay. I always forget how different our times are. All right. Do you guys have any questions before I move on to the next step? I'm going to move my computer the other way, and I'm going to go over here now. So see all this fabric right here? This is all inventory that like the romper my brother cut out earlier that I didn't get to use because it was supposed to be leggings. That goes over here for the shop. And so we just make a pile and I just sew it whenever I can. I'm starting my scrunchies sewing business. What is your advice for people who are beginners trying to create a business? Okay. Scrunchies are amazing. Everyone likes scrunchies. A lot of people have been very, very successful with the scrunchie business. I haven't hopped on that wagon just because, yeah, everyone's doing it. But it is very wanted. People, I mean, look at me. I'm wearing a scrunchie right now. And I'm almost 40 years old. So let me think about that. Advice. So now I'm putting the tag on here to get this one out of the way. This one's done. Starting up a business. I think the best thing that I could give you from where I've come from is don't look into the now. Like, don't look at it as of right now. Where do you want to go? So look in the future and figure out what you want your business to look like. Like for me, for example, I want to be organic. I want my whole company to eventually be all organic. That's just what I want my company to stand for. That's just what I want. I want all my blankets to be the same. I want all my clothing to be the same. So look into the future. What do you want your business to be? Are you only going to do scrunchies or do you want to add stuff? So don't make your business name around scrunchies if you want to do other things. If you only want to do scrunchies and you know that, and that's great. So you need to figure that out first, because a lot of people don't think about that. And then they like put their name in with what they're doing now. And then in 4 months, they're going to be like, oh my gosh, like now I want to do this, but my business name has this in it. So now I have to change my business name. And then you have to go about that whole thing, changing your name, changing all your criteria, everything like that. So I think the biggest advice that I could give you is just think into the future. Like, where do you want to be in 2 years? I'm trying to think. Like with scrunchies, do you want to be like only a kids shop? Like, do you want to be able to offer it to all ages? Or then you get into you're only doing business for girls. Are you eventually going to do business for boys? Just think into the future with stuff like that. But like, for example, for me, like my business tag or my business, my logo tags, I had to end up changing my tags because my original logo, I'm going to show you, it was really girly. And so I had her take out the flowers and make it all black for boys because boys don't want to wear flowers. I know it's just a tag, but it bothered me and I didn't want them to be stuck with a girl tag. And then also for gender neutral. So I needed something for both. So this is my girl one. So it folds. I have them fold. So this is my girl one, and it has the flowers on it. And then this is my boy one. Yeah, she took the flowers off, and she made it all black. So it's just gender neutral. I can use it for whatever. And so when you think about your logo, you got to think about stuff like that too. I try to order fabric like I do inventory once a week, but lately I'm trying to find my rhythm because before I was only ordering like once a month, but now I'm trying to find my rhythm again because my business is getting busier, and it's getting busier, like not doubled busier, it's getting like 3 to 4 times busier sort of thing. So I don't like even know where I don't even know what I'm doing right now because I haven't been here. I haven't been here yet. So I'm trying to figure my life out. I'm trying to figure out where to go and how to do it. I'm by myself. I run my own business. My brother helps me when he can, but he's about to leave. So I need to figure out like my situation. I need to figure out what I want to do. If I want to hire someone to help me, I need to figure it out. But right now, I just stay calm and breathe and like just one order at a time. That's all I do. So I'm trying to order fabric. Like I do inventory once a week and I just order it when I need to. So like I said, right now I don't really have a rhythm. I ordered fabric today, and then the last time I ordered it was like last week. So that's not normal, but it's that busy that I needed to. And if you guys are new here and you see me doing this with my eye, it's because I have a bad eye and I can't see out of that one. The dimensions of my blanket. Are you talking about my crib blanket or my lovey? Oh, Dory, good night. Thank you so much for being here. You can always watch the replay. I understand. It's no problem. So my crib blankets are 27 inches by 35 inches long. You can make them whatever dimensions you want. I just chose that because I make all my patterns, so I just kind of make it up. But I just measured my son's crib, and I made it a little bit smaller because I didn't want it to like tuck into the crib. I wanted it to just lay in there nicely for him to cuddle with, but also be big enough to like cover his body when he was a baby. So that's the dimensions that I chose, 27 by 35. And the same thing with the lovey. I made my own lovey. I know most loveys are, I think, like 18 by 18 or 17 by 17. I didn't want them to be a perfect square, so I made them more of a rectangle, just a little bit. So my loveys are 11 by 13. And I know they seem really small, but the way that I make them, I put an extension on the top corner so that a lot of people, when they make a lovey and they want to put the wood ring on there or whatever, they'll just take it out of their blanket and fold the corner down like that. Well, then that leaves you with a cut off corner, right? I don't like that. So what I did with my pattern was I added an extension up here so that I can put my clip on it with my ring and fold it over. And this is the attachment right here. And then you still have your entire blanket. And then your little attachment is up here. So you're not taking away any of the dimension of the blanket. So my loveys are 11 by 13. But like I said, you can make them whatever size you want. You can do it however you want. There's no right dimension to a blanket. Really good thought. Thank you. I want to make scrunchies for all ages. Yeah. So also, if you want to do it scrunchies for all ages, I would also think about like your website and how you want it like displayed. So don't display it too like childish, I guess the right word. I don't know if that's the right word, but don't display it more towards younger people. I guess I would do it like for an all over look if you want it to be able to sell to adults and everybody else too. So just make it very like clean, not too like childish looking. How late do I stay up on a general night? So if I'm out here working and I have a lot of orders to work on and I'm not talking and doing a live, I can stay up here. Usually I try to cut myself off around midnight. Sometimes I'm out here till 2 or 3 and my husband gets mad at me. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I'm the only person running my business, and this is the only time I can work. And so I try to get as much done as I can at night. That way the next day I don't feel guilty if I need to like be with the kids and not work. I feel like I've accomplished something. So yeah, it's a hard thing, you know, when you have children and you're supposed to be a stay-at-home mom, but you're running your own business. And trying to spend time with your husband too and all this other stuff. So there's a lot of things to think about. So I didn't always, you know, like I said, this wasn't intended to be a business. And so my husband's kind of sometimes, he's very, very supportive of my business, but also he wants me to spend more time with him too, because I am always working. And I understand that. But it is also hard when I have to work and I feel guilty about working, but I also feel guilty when I'm not working. So it's just like a, I don't know what to do. So right now I'm tacking down the liner piece of the romper to the body. And the reason I do this is because if I don't, then it flops around under the child's body. And obviously, like when you wash it, when you know when you wash your outfits inside out and you flip them back right side out, well, if you don't tack the liner down, it's like all over the place. And so when I first started making these, I didn't know to do that. And I got frustrated because every time I would wash my son's romper, it would be all flipped weird ways, and I couldn't figure out how to get it the right way. And so then I messed with it, and then I finally figured out that all I needed to do was tack the body down, or the liner down. And then after that, I flip out my corners. And I do this different ways all the time. Sometimes I like sew them all first and then I flip out the corners. It doesn't, no way that you do it is faster. Honestly, it's just whatever I feel like at that moment. So right now I'm just talking, so I'm just gonna go ahead and flip my corners while I'm talking. And this is my corner turner. You can get this at Joann's or any Hobby Lobby has it, I believe. You can get them on Amazon. They're just called corner turners. Aw, thanks, Tina. Yeah. I was gonna do like an impromptu live last night, but then a couple of the other girls that have channels were live or going live, and so I didn't because I didn't want to interfere with that. And so then I just decided not to do that. But I've thought about doing like impromptu lives like lately, just because I've never done that. But, and it actually keeps me like motivated to work too when I'm talking to you guys and stuff. But I don't know, I'm always scared because I always do my lives on Mondays and everybody knows that. And so I don't want to interfere with like other people's lives, if that makes sense. I don't know if other people just have set days. Like I always just do Monday. It's just easy for me. It starts my week off. And then I have time for the rest of the week to try to get up a video or whatever. Sometimes I don't get a video up. Try to. But life happens. And sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. Other weeks are just harder. So now the only thing I have to do with this is put the snaps on, but I do that the very, very last step after I press it because I want it nice and pressed flat before I put my snaps on. So I just put it with its order. That one's done. Now I'm going to do this one. Same thing. So like I said, this is the liner piece, and these are the body pieces. So I literally just take it where the armpits meet, that seam right there, and I flip it forward. If you can see that, I just flip it forward, and then I sew a straight stitch down on the seam, on the side seam. Is my mic doing okay still? Is it staticky anymore? Come on. Sounds good. Okay. Liner is the same fabric. Yes. So some people use, I mean, you can do whatever you want for the liner. Some people use this a solid color or a contrasting color, but I just literally use the same fabric for everything. Like all my liners are the same fabric that are the body pieces, if that makes sense. I just do the same thing. And some people do different colors for the cuffs and, you know, it's just all about what you want to do. You can design it however you want. But I just always, for the cuffs, for the liners, for everything, I just use the same print. That's just how I like it. I think it looks cute that way. I also think it looks cute the other way too, but that's just not how I want to do it for mine. So there's no right or wrong way to do it. Just do it how you like. So I'm just poking the corners out. With the smaller ones, sometimes they're harder to poke out nicely. I just don't poke it too hard. You don't want to poke a hole through it. But I like my corners to be nice and sharp. I can't believe you guys are all still on here. How did you get started on YouTube and what motivated you? So actually, I had been thinking about doing YouTube for a while, but like I said, I'm usually a pretty shy person. So even tonight, like still, like when I know I'm going to go live, when I'm setting everything up, I get this like gush of like butterflies in my stomach, like nerve wrack, like just nervous. And then it goes away, but like it's just like being like on the stage. Like if you ever like had a concert or anything, like you just get stage fright. So I was just really, really scared to do it. And then I started watching little Alessia Co. Adelaida, and she actually just, you know, so positive, like just everything she said was uplifting about just being yourself and like just, you know, don't worry about what people, you know, think, just do what you do, you know, start up your channel, you know, just be you. And it just kind of got me motivated to do it and not to care about it. And people who liked me would watch me, and people, you know, you have the option to watch it or not watch it. So just like me, if I go to watch somebody and I like it, I'm going to watch it. If I don't really care for it, or if I want to watch something else, I'll watch something else. So I just thought about that, and I'm like, you know, it's just like anything else. If people like you, they're going to watch you. If they don't, then they'll go somewhere else. And so I can't be afraid of that. And I just did it. It was hard. I was nervous. I thought I was going to throw up. But, you know, it's gotten easier each time. And I just like chatting with you all. And I see like new people every time. Like tonight I had a bunch of new people on here that I've never seen on here before. And that makes me happy that, you know, it's growing every time. But look at how cute this one is. This is the little raccoon one. I love this little one. This was my very first favorite print. I have like all of them are my favorite prints now because obviously I'm the one who picks them out, and I love all of them. I gotta put the tag on this one. It's really hard to choose a favorite one. So these tags I also get off of Etsy. I put all my size tags in here, and they match my logo tags. They're the same exact color, and they feel exactly the same too. So I got lucky with that. But I think they're Viking labels. I'm not sure. They're linked in my description. I need to order some more soon. So these ones could be girl or boy, so I just go ahead and use the gender neutral tag because I'm not sure who they're buying it for. So yeah, back to that question on how did I start my YouTube. If you're thinking about doing it, just do it. I like prolonged it and anticipated it, but like I wish I would have just done it sooner. So I actually serge my waistband on, and then I go back in and do a zigzag stitch around the waist, and that just secures it down. I like the look of that better. I used to do a casing, but I like to do it this way now a lot better. I feel like it is just more professional looking to me. So I go in with a zigzag stitch, and I use so just a regular zigzag stitch, and I do my length at a 3 and my width at a 3.5. And I do that for, this is a 0 to 3 months, but I also do it on a 2 to 3T. Like I do it the same. The only difference is the size of the waist. I change my, so this is a 1-inch elastic waistband, and I use 1 inch on newborn all the way up to, I think, 9 to 12 months, or 12 to 18. I can't remember. I have it on the chart. But I think it's 12 to 18 months actually. And then anything above 12 to 18 months, I do a 1.5-inch elastic waistband. And I know where to sew it on here. With the smaller ones, I do it on the very like middle to edge where the zigzag goes off the edge. On the 1.5-inch waistbands, I do it in the middle of the seam. That way it's taking up a little bit more of the elastic waistband, and it doesn't look so big. It looks pretty proportionate after I do it that way. I just thought, I used to do them all 1 inch, but then I thought as the sizes got bigger, that waistband just looked too teeny for like a 2 to 3T. I don't know, it didn't look great with me. So I changed it up. It's just like stuff like that, where, you know, I used it and used it and used it, and all of a sudden one day I looked at it and I'm like, you know what? I don't like that. It looks too small. So we changed it. And then I think I ordered a 1.25 inch, because I was like, it just needs to be a little bit bigger. And then I got it, and it was like barely any different. So then I got the 1.5 inch, and it looked good. All right, so maybe I'll do a impromptu live Q&A, since you guys want a Q&A. I've never done that before, so that'll be fun. I think it's that initial video post that people can't get over. Well, yeah. It's hard, but you'll get it. So, and then honestly, like even like posting videos that you're not even like talking to people like I'm talking to you right now. Even just a video, my first video, it took me forever to make that because I was just so nervous to, you know, people can comment on that. I was nervous on what people would say or what they would think or, you know, whatever. So just you know, just be yourself. That's all you can do. Just be you. Because honestly, like people just love when you're yourself and not fake and not like someone you're not really, because then it doesn't feel right. It's not organic. And I don't know, just be you. And I mean, sometimes I wear makeup, sometimes I don't wear makeup, sometimes I'm like all, fresh from, going somewhere. Sometimes I look like I am dead. Like I I think like 2 lives ago I was like no makeup, like just dead. And I even said it on there. I was like, I am so sorry, guys. Like, I do not have the energy tonight. Like, I want to be here and I'm on here because I need to work. But, like, honestly, I just didn't feel, I wasn't sick. My allergies were bothering me. My eyes hurt really bad that night. Like, it was hard to focus, but I was just honest about it. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm not myself tonight, but I just had to be honest about it. And every night is, you always have those off days, and people have to understand that everybody has those off days. So it's totally fine. Let's see, what are you asking, Tina? You pre-cut all of your sizes. Just focusing on the basics and sizing guides from cutting to serger and then zigzag. Do you pre-cut all of your sizes? Pre-cut what? Like my leggings and rompers and stuff? I don't pre-cut any fabric because my fabric is very pricey, and I like when I run into this problem where this was cut out and it was supposed to be a pair of leggings and it was cut as a romper. Now I can't do anything with it until I get that order. So I don't like to sit on my fabric. So I keep it on the rolls until somebody orders it. And then I have a routine. So every 2 days I print my orders out and then we cut them and prep them and then I sew them. So I don't pre-cut anything. The only things that I do pre-cut are for the shop that I'm in locally. I'm in a shop locally and I give her inventory. So whenever I do that, yes, I'll go through and cut everything out. And then, or like this stuff right here is going to the shop because it was either like miscut or I didn't need it for an order and I accidentally, yeah, miscut is the word. So this is that pile over here. No, I don't pre-cut my bestsellers. I pre-cut my headbands because headbands, there's only 3 different sizes, so I can pre-cut those, but everything else is a size thing. So if I pre-cut all my Easter fabric and I pre-cut different sizes, but I needed more of one size than another size, then I'm out of luck because I've already pre-cut it and I'm just going to sit on that size. So I don't pre-cut anything. Yeah, so the shop that I'm in locally, she has organic products as well, but her products are more geared towards like home goods and like body essentials. So like organic skincare, organic like home care, like cleaning supplies, candles, stuff like that. And so we teamed up together with a few other like local handmade products, and we just thought our products worked really well together because I have organic baby stuff and then she has a baby line as well, like baby bum cream, lotion, like oatmeal bath stuff, like all that like organic stuff. And so we just like teamed up and we're a really good pair that way. Yeah, Tina, I don't pre-cut. Hi T, thanks for joining. We've been on here for a while, but I was just doing a work with me video because I had a lot of orders to do. I didn't really get that many orders done because I've been chit-chatting, but I love chit-chatting. So if you've been on here before, you know that. So I don't actually sell to her. I put my products in there and then we do like a percentage. So it's 70-30. And yeah, so I can run any cells I want. I can put any products I want in there. We kind of just like talk about it beforehand. So it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool gig. It is a lot of work because I have to pre-make everything and on top of all my orders and everything, but I try to stay on top of it. Like I have these bins under here that I was showing you guys that have all pre-cut stuff. This is all pre-cut stuff. So as I'm sewing, sometimes I'll grab one of these and sew it along with it. And then that way that's done. So yeah, I just kind of work everything in together. I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn you guys around here because I got to heat press these now. And then we're going to snap them. So give me 1 second. Okay. Put you guys up tall. You good? I don't want this to fall over. Let's see here. Put this up. Sorry guys, I don't want to make you sick, but I don't want you to fall over either. All right, I think you're good. So what I do now is I heat press everything. For all you people that are new on here, I heat press. I don't use an iron. And I just feel like it gives the outfit just a really nice ending touch. It makes it just honestly more professional looking to me. I just straighten out all my edges. I keep it at 315, and that's the setting I use all the time. Unless I'm doing like a screen print transfer, then I move it to 375. But this is already a built-in Teflon sheet, so I mean I can take it on and off. It just goes on and off like that. I leave it on all the time. This doesn't need to be pressed for a certain amount of time. I just kind of watch it. Usually when it gets to around 9 or 10, it's good. But see like now how flat and nice it looks after pressing it. Those go up there. This goes over here. And then I just scoot it down. You see me rolling this because these are the seams, and see how much that, you can't really tell, but it's like stuck in there. So I roll it so that it comes out, and then you want to do that because see like right here, it's like puffed in there. So I just take the seam and like bring it out. It gives you the most of the leg. Hi, Stephanie. And then I'm just flattening out the seams underneath of here. Good morning, Maria. I'm just ironing or pressing all of my rompers right now. So then I'm going to set this back here because there's one more step after that, which is putting on the snaps. I'll do the same thing with everything. I do press the seams out, make sure it looks nice and good. Then I press that. It's all in sections. Then I flip it over this way and do this side. So I know people probably think there are faster ways to do this. Why don't you just iron this and that? But again, it's your business. Do what you like to do. This is what I like to do. This is the way that I think it looks the best, the most professional. It's easy to me. I don't like using an iron because irons spit out at you. They leave marks on my clothes. I just don't like an iron. And I just feel like this is just the way that I do it. This is just me. There's always going to be people that, have comments on what you do and what you don't do and what you should do and what you shouldn't do. And all I have to say about that is just do you and do what you like, because it's your business at the end of the day. So do what you like to do. So what I'm doing inside of this cuff is I'm just fixing the seam on the inside and making sure that it's just like laying nice and flat before I press it, because I don't want to press it and then the seams are like twisted. Ooh, from Scotland. Hello. What did you say? I love to watch your YouTube channel. Aw, thank you, Katrina. I love that you watch my channel. I'm very new to it, so hopefully you enjoy the videos. I'm trying to figure out different ways to video, and because like I said, I only do certain things, and so there's not a ton of videos that I can produce, and different ways to do it. Like when I do my work with me videos, they're basically the same thing all the time. So I try to do different angles and like different ways. Like my last video, if you caught it right before my live tonight, I, had my kids in it a little bit more just to kind of give you guys an idea of my day-to-day life, stuff like that. So I always fold it on here, my leggings and bummies, that way that they're already folded, they are ready to be packed away, and they won't get dirty. And then I set them to the side over here. So yeah, I think the hardest part about it is that you just have to come up with different ways to create videos. That's hard. So I always ask you guys like what you want to see, and I know tutorials are a huge one, but like I said, I only make so many different products, so I can only do so many different tutorials. And then after that, you got to start back at square one. So just got to be creative. My heat press is at 315, 315. I keep it at that setting for everything. I feel like that setting was just like the magic number for me. With all my vinyl, when I do my onesies and stuff like that, it just worked. Without scorching things, it works to iron and press everything at the end. So I've just always kept it at that number. The only time I change it is when I do my screen print transfers. I keep it at 375, but you also have to take off your Teflon sheet for transfers. You can't have a Teflon sheet on, so you have to like readjust the whole thing. Okay, now I'm gonna move you guys back over here because I'm gonna go press, use the snap press machine. See that? I'm gonna go right over there. Squeeze in here. Yeah, April, I love the work with me's too. When I'm working, it helps me to work too. So now I gotta put the holes in the top up here, and I don't measure it or anything. I just kind of eyeball it. I've made so many of them that I just kind of know where they go. So I don't take the time and sit there and measure out where I put it. And I just use this Cricut, like it's the Cricut needle, and I just poke it through. Because you're going to be putting your cam snap through there anyway, so it doesn't really matter like what you're poking it with. Don't poke your fingers when you do this, because I've done that before and it doesn't feel great. I wanted to say thank you guys for being on here with me tonight and sticking with me while I work. asking me all kinds of questions. I think tonight I had the most questions asked so far, which I love. I love when you guys ask me questions. It gives me something to talk about. It knows that you guys are engaged in what's going on. I always have those dusters because I work in my garage, and so it helps me, like, they help me keep clean. So I keep all of my snaps in these like little organizers. So these are all my neutral colors. And then like if I find, I've ordered like so many different colors, but whenever I find a color that I use a ton or I really like, I label it. That way I know what color to order the next time I go to order them. So like this is tan, this is a noodle color that I like. It's kind of like an creamy off-white, and then obviously white. These ones I don't use that often, so I just decided to use them up, and then when I'm done with them, I'm done with them. And then all these other ones are for just I use so many different ones. The reasons why I have so many different colors, obviously, I make bibs and burp cloths, and so for my bibs, I have snaps on my bibs too, and I use different colors for all of those. I don't put the bibs on my site or my Etsy site. They're only in the shop locally. So if you're wondering if you haven't seen those, it's because I don't sell them in my website. I only do them at the shop. I took those down probably like 6 months ago, I'd say. And the reason I took them down was just because they are very, very popular. So if you're just starting out, it's a good product to start out with. But they were so popular that, and you're probably thinking, well, if they're so popular, then why did you take them off? Just because I had so many other things that I wanted to make and I could sell for more money than a bib and a burp cloth. Like, I can only sell those. I did them for $8 and or a set for $15. And that seems pricey, like for a bib, you know, like, so people can go to Target or Walmart and buy like a 10-pack for that much, but they're buying a single one. So I don't know. It was just justifying the price and then justifying like the time it took me to make them, because obviously it takes me a long time to make things because I'm hand to make them and I inspect everything and I'm buying nice product. I'm not buying just cheapy fabric. So I took the time and did all that, and so it was just like, I'm going to do it for the shop because she wants them in her shop. They're very popular in her shop. So I kept them there, but I took them off of my site. So here I'm just putting cam snaps on. Good night, Paulette. Are you going to sleep? Thank you for staying on this whole time. I'm pretty much done. I'm just snapping. Thank you, Maria. I get all my fabrics from Spoonflower. So if you go on Spoonflower, you can search anything you want. And I, like with this mustard leaves one that I have, I literally just searched leaves because I love leaves. But you can search by color, you can search by anything. And I wanted a mustard romper and leaves. So I just searched mustard leaves fabric. And thousands of them come up. And then there's so many that come up that I literally just scroll. And I know, like, when I scroll and I see one that I like and I stop, I literally just put it in my cart because there's a reason why I stopped and looked at it. I'm so picky that even with like house decorations, if I see something I like, I buy it because I don't even stop and look at it if I don't like it. So anyway, here is the romper, the mustard and leaves one. So this is the complete outfit. And I just fold it down here. I'll show you in a second. I don't want to keep moving the camera, but I just make sure it's not wrinkled or anything like that. There's a wrinkle right there. what I mean by wrinkle is like where the liner is like not folded right. So I don't want it wrinkled when I have it in the packaging, because if they get it and it's all packaged and then it has a wrinkle underneath, then it's going to be completely wrinkled when they go to open it and wear it. So I usually fold it up. It's hard to hold it up like this, but this is how I fold it. So I fold the body piece is like this, and then I fold it basically halfway up and then down, and then I just go back up but sideways like that. And then I put it in the plastic thing, and that's how it goes in the mail. So I usually like go all the way up to the liner. I can feel where the liner is underneath, and then that's how I know how far to go up on it. I don't know why my computer keeps turning off again. It's plugged in. It's being weird. You are always informative. Keep loving what you do. Good night. Good night, Del Reese. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's getting to be late. How long have we been on now? Wow, 4:01. Hopefully my mic doesn't. I'm going to say now, if my mic disconnects, it's because I don't know how long it lasts for. I think it lasts like 4 to 5 hours or something. But I'm literally just going to finish snapping this, and then I'm going to probably call it a night. But thank you guys so much for being here tonight. I found a lot of new people on here tonight that I loved chatting with and answering questions with, and I hope that you guys all come back and chat with me more. I'm on every Monday. So I have teamed up with Gabby from Best of Both Worlds Co. She was on here earlier. She does sew-alongs and lives as well, and hers are on Tuesdays. So tomorrow night, I don't know if she's doing it tomorrow night though, because her house is being, torn apart and redone because of the storms. So she's been struggling with that. So I don't know if she has her stuff all prepared for her lives. But she usually does them on Tuesdays at, I think, 6:30 Central Standard Time. And then Connie from Scandies, I'll link them in the description after I get off this live. She did hers last night. So she does them on Sundays, I do them on Mondays, and Gabby does them on Tuesdays. So there are 3 different people that you guys can get tutorials from and different lives from. We all do the same sort of work. So yeah, you can learn from different people and start. We're all pretty new at this. We all started around the same time. So if you need other people to watch and you want to go follow them, they would appreciate that as well. And they're just starting up like me. So we are all in this together, right? Of course. I love sharing what I know, and I know that I'm not a professional, so I just give out the information and knowledge that I have on teaching myself, but I hope that you guys have learned something. This is my other romper, the raccoon one. And then inside you can see this is the back of it. So my tags are in here on the back liner. So that is why I sew the tags in the very beginning, because after the romper's all put together and stuff, I don't want to flip it out and put the tags on at the end. So that's why I do that step in the very beginning. So it makes sense to me to do it that way. Other people would do it at the end. It's all up to what you want to do. But to make it go faster, I just do it in the very beginning like that. So yeah, I don't know everything, but what I do know, I try to help you guys with, and I try to teach you guys what I learned the hard way. Let's just say that, because I didn't have anyone to teach me. So that was it for tonight. I'm gonna sit down real quick and answer last minute questions before we get off. So if you have any questions right now, now's the time to ask me. Aw, thank you. You're so sweet, Lodi. Is that your name, Lodi? I have a love-hate that you are getting off. Don't want to see you go, but I need to run to the loo and didn't want to miss anything. Aw. That's so sweet. Love-hate. I know, I do too. I have the same thing because I don't want to get off, but I also know tomorrow I'm going to be hurting, and yeah. So I'm going to tag the women that I just talked about in here. So her name is Connie is at Scandies. I don't really know how to tag people, so you guys are just gonna have to look up their name, unless I can, when I get off of here, I'll link them in my description. But this is just right now so you guys can see their names. I'm horrible. I told you guys. I admit I am not a computer person. Her name is Best of. Okay, so Gabby at Best of Both Worlds Co. and Connie is at Scandies. So those are the two girls that do the lives. And Connie is Sundays. And Gabby is Tuesdays. And they are both at the same time, 6:30. 6:30 Central Standard Time. Just on different days. Nice, the Dakota. I actually thought about making one of those, and I never got to it. But I wanted to make one for my son when he was baby, but I never did it. When am I doing the Lovey? I don't know. I don't know if I have it on here. Maybe I'll do a random live for the Lovey, because I don't have it on here. So my next one is a burp cloth. And then my next one after that, so is a regular live, because I do every other. And then the 22nd is a skirt. So I'm doing a skirt. And then that's as far as I've gotten to the end of the month. So I have a burp cloth and then a skirt. And so I might throw in, are weekends good for you guys? Like weekend daytime? Because if you guys are open on weekend daytime, then I can do that. But everybody has such a different time slot. Like tonight we had a lot of people from Australia on here. We had someone from Hawaii on here. Like everyone has a different time frame. Yeah, that's early. 7:42. It's midnight here. Well, it's almost 1 here. So I was thinking of doing just like a random live, like Saturday during nap time for the kids or whatever. We could just do like a random tutorial. I can get on and you guys can ask, we can do like a poll or something, and we can take votes, and maybe do that like once a month where I just get on and we do a vote and just do a random live with a random tutorial and just kind of do it and grab whatever scraps you have and we'll pull it together. Just something like out of the blue. Thanks, Vicky. Just something fun. I'm just trying to think of something different because I know like I like to have everything scheduled. That way you guys know and you guys can prepare for it and you can know. But it's also fun to just do something random. Like, okay, I want to pull out the camera and video this now, but it's going to be live. So we can do it live and just kind of, and sometimes the best things turn out when you just randomly do it like that. When you randomly grab a piece of fabric that you haven't used in forever and then it's like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. All right, so maybe let's do that. We can do like Saturday or Sunday. I'm available either day, so we'll figure it out. If you guys aren't subscribed and you need to get that bell notification, I don't know how YouTube really works because I'm new to it still, but I think if you hit a notification bell, then you can get all, anytime I pop on, you'll be able to get that. So make sure you have that on. And also I noticed with my phone that I wasn't getting notifications sometimes, and it's because you have to go in to your actual YouTube app on your phone and check that setting in there and make sure that that YouTube setting notifications are on, because if those are off on your actual phone, then you won't get the notifications. Oh, cool, Anne. So you'll definitely be able to do it then. 9 grandbabies. My goodness. I have 4 kids, so I wonder how many grandbabies I'll have. But my kids are split ages. So I have teenagers and then I have toddlers. So I told my husband we're never ever gonna not have kids, because once our teenagers move out, our toddlers are going to become teenagers, and then before our teenagers move out, our now teenagers will start having kids. And so it's just going to be like a whole rotation. We're always going to have kids. Okay, so each individual device requires hitting the notification bell. Thanks, April. I'm not tech savvy, so that helps. All right, guys, I think I'm going to hit the bed. Yeah. 15-year-old adopted daughter. Aw, I wanted to adopt. We almost like thought we couldn't have another baby, and so I was like, I wanted to adopt so bad, and then we ended up having another one, and so we didn't get to adopt. I mean, we still could adopt, but 4 kids is enough for me. So yeah, yeah, 15, 13, almost 5. He'll be 5 in April, and then so next month, and then my 3-year-old. So they're totally split ages. All right, guys. Thank you all for being here. Look forward to this weekend and we'll have fun. I'm going to think of something fun to do. Maybe we'll knock out a lovey and something else, because you know me, I like to have long lives. So loveys are super simple. I already did a blanket, so it's basically the same thing as a blanket except smaller, and then adding the ring, which is super easy. But I'll walk you guys through how to make the template and everything. I literally rigged up a template and I'll show you exactly how I did it. Like I said, I make my own patterns. So it's super easy, super simple thing. It's just a rectangle with a little tag on the end. So we'll go through all that. But if you want to prepare yourself, then you literally just need whatever blanket material you want. It's 11 by 13, so I'm going to have you guys probably cut it at 12 by 14 or however big you want it. You can, if you want to do it my size, you can do it any other sizes you want. But I always leave an inch perimeter around for the backing because it's minky. Unless you don't want to use minky, you can use whatever you want. But I use minky and I use faux fur. So any combination that you want for your blanket is fine. And then you'll need some sort of ring if you want to attach the lovey ring, or you can hold off on that and use a toy or whatever you want. It doesn't matter. And then you'll need cam snaps. So you can go get those at Joann's. You can get them at Hobby Lobby. You can order them from Amazon. But what I used right now was the snaps. You're going to need the backing piece and then the front end, you know, the male and female part, and then the backing. So you'll need each of those. Just one of each. That's it. And then obviously a sewing machine. I don't use my serger. I use my sewing machine. So you don't need a serger. And then I just use my white thread. Doesn't matter if I used my white thread on my black blanket last time. So I use my white thread for everything. But that's because I use faux fur. And the faux fur, you can it hides the thread. So it depends on what you're using. But that's all you're going to need. So let's plan on that. I usually put my kids down about 12:30 my time. So I'm Mountain Standard Time. So it'll just be a random live, and I hope to see you guys all there. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I cannot wait to talk to you guys all on Saturday, I guess. Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys. Have a good night. Bye.